Oh, I got 7 points in the last group. Okay.
Yeah, I missed a perfect group by Genji having higher or lower game time, and I want to die.
Fuck. RNG or
Yeah.
EDG? That's where I'm hung up right now. That's rough.
Man. EDG looked better in group stage, but I think RNG just should win that.
EDG's beat him head to head a lot though this year.
They have.
Ah.
They seem like they have their number for whatever reason. The rest seem, I mean, they seem pretty cut and dry to me.
Yeah. I mean, same.
I feel like Hanwood never beats T1. I feel like Mad never beats Dom 1. I could see Cloud dropping it to Genji, but probably not.
Wait, you're picking Cloud9? You've got the belief. All right.
Yeah,
Wild.
I don't know. I was a little unimpressed with how Genji played
See,
the remainder of their group.
I have a general rule on pick'ems that I just don't pick Western teams, because that way when they win, I'm happy because they won, and when they lose, I'm happy because my pick'ems are right. And it works out pretty well a high percentage of the time. So
Yeah, generally speaking, I think that's a good strategy.
there's some years where I'm just like untouchable in pick'ems because of it. But
Yeah, I could also see that happening.
okay, so I have almost done the basic tasks that I need to do, and then I will need to do the other ones here.
Every day, Tyler 1 stream titles get more and more unintelligible. I love it.
Alright, done that, and then I want to do this. Of course it somehow didn't link the stream, but that's fine. Alright. Beautiful. did everything I needed to do before they started. That's a big bonus.
We love it when that happens.
And my wife's here, so I'm gonna eat really quick. If they start draft, I'll flip it over for you, but you might have to start real quick without me.
Okay. Forgive me, I just sat back down. Welcome to the draft of the first game of Return of the Middle Sticks Pain and Panic versus Lit Club Esports. We're in the LAS pre-made semifinals, and we're going with first pick Trundle. We're just getting right into it. Yon Yasuo, Jarvan off the table, no MF, no Thresh, no Malzahar. And we've seen this quite a bit. This could very reasonably be support Trundle. It also could be headed into that's a character on my screen. Ignore what I was saying earlier. The Ivern is here. Tree powers activate. Paired alongside a Caitlyn. Really safe 80 carry selection coming out now that we don't have an MF to pick as priority. So we should look to see 80 carry answered here by Return of the Middle Sticks. I confess I don't know almost anything about Lit Club Esports' lineup. I've missed most of their games, unfortunately, over the course of the split, so I'm kind of heading into this draft setup a little bit blind. There's also a Seraphine locked in, so Return of the Middle Sticks leaning into that flexibility in their first couple picks in draft here, which I think gives them a lot of safety with the way that they like to draft their compositions, and should look to see an 80 carry answered here. Would be kind of surprised if they let that go to the second stage and potentially get banned out a little bit. No, we're just we're giving them no information. That's apparently the name of the game. None of these characters have a set defined role or position so far, so we're just sitting on it. Hey, it's the character, the one with the sword, the too angry to die one, which actually is still a little bit flexible. So, a lot of ambiguity in the draft so far, but both teams playing towards a particular style, which I appreciate. I don't like getting into to deep playoff games in which teams don't have a game plan going in. It's makes it a lot less interesting to cast. No Graves, second rotation, which is reasonable. We've seen that character quite a bit actually, up in the top lane, as well as a few jaunts into the jungle, but primarily a laner on this patch, I would say. At least if you believe that the world's meta should be followed. Lilia being covered here, likely a target up to that top lane as well. Seen that champion get a lot of success up there. And AP champs kind of just returned to the top lane in general recently. Notably, the Kennen has been very popular. Ezreal off the table. Bit of a comfort selection for Dream. And just a really safe ADC to play overall. Gives you a lot of kiting potential into stuff like Tryndamere. Plus you get to build things like Frozen Heart, which, sound like fun, into Lit Club's lineup. Corki going to be the answer, so a solo laner apiece for Return of the Middlesticks. And it's going to be Braum paired up with the Caitlyn. The bot lane makes a lot of sense. We'll be blinding, at minimum, one solo lane, unless we see that Trundle move into the top side, but that would be kind of surprising. Return of the Middlesticks has to finalize their comp. They're lacking a bit in damage, but they're not missing any utility, so... I'm gonna let the timer go all the way down, probably considering their second pick by now. And it's gonna be the set. Likely up into that top lane as well. Very easy blind here for Scrambles, and he's been playing a lot of it this season, so we do like that. And last, we're finally looking for, unless we see some really interesting bot lane shenanigans, we're looking for an ADC out of Return of the Middlesticks here. Although, there's a world where Karma Seraphine is something that happens in my video game. No, it's happening in my video game. So a very singular game plan out of Return of the Middlesticks here. Almost entirely based around picks and team fights. You don't siege really or split push with this comp. Oh. Wow, I hate that. So that's the lane counter up into the set, and as far as lane counters to set goes, it's top 3, in my humble opinion, as a self-professed not set OTP. But yeah, an interesting comp all around from Lit Club as well. Kind of playing exclusively for lane dominance here. This comp doesn't really accomplish a huge amount of team fighting, and they're alright at picks, especially with the Caitlyn traps on top of a couple of things like Ivern's Root and such, but there isn't actually a whole lot of lockdown from their side, so be interesting to see how this game actually plays out. It feels like it's just whoever comes out of the first 15 minutes ahead kind of deal. Waiting on r/champion select to start up here for us, and then I get to continue pretending that I can entertain stream by myself. So assuming that these champions are going where I think they're going, it looks like it will 100% be Set v Teemo. Still a little bit confused on the bot lane selection for Return to the Middle Sticks and who is ending up mid here in this scenario. I remember a draft game I played recently against a Karma build as Tryndamere, which was a really unfun experience, but I'm not going to give away the tech. I don't think. It's a little bit out of left field.
Alright, I'm so sorry about that. I'm here. I'm alive. I ate an
I
entire
am
sandwich in like 5 minutes. I hate everything that happened. Let's go.
saved. It's beautiful. Okay, first impressions, since you did get to watch the draft but not participate in the commentary.
Um, so let me start with my list of things that I hate. Alright?
Sure, I love that.
The champion Tryndamere, the champion Seraphine, and the champion Nasus. And we have two of those three in this game. Already, not a fan. Alright?
Reasonable, entirely.
Then for some reason Riot added like a full second to Teemo's blind this last patch, and now he's a viable champion. Alright.
Yeah,
well,
also not a huge fan of that. So that's
already
kind of cool.
there's like a bunch of annoying stuff. But some stuff that I do like. From Rodham, this is a team comp that's playable and actually does things. It has agency. Unlike the two games that we saw last week from Pain and Panic, where they picked a team, they picked a rough team comp into like full engage in game number 1, and then they picked just a comp that didn't do anything other than have globals in game number 2. This comp feels good. It feels somewhat cohesive. You have a lot of synergy between like Seraphine, Set, and Kiana, and can do some really nasty things with that. You can also set up stuff with Pillar into Seraphine, Stun into Kiana ult. And if we ever see that combo, I'm going to be just over the moon. That being said, Lit Club esports does not want to play the video game, right?
No video gaming here. This
They
is
want
strictly a PvE experience.
they want Tryndamere and Teemo to be in side lanes and be the most annoying fucks that they can, and then you have Ivern and Braum to help keep Caitlyn safe in mid while she wave clears. It's also a well-designed comp that doesn't engage in full 5v5 team fights, ever. Unless you get like 9 billion gold ahead, which could happen, but shouldn't ever happen. Okay.
Yeah, Lit Club Esports saw the 170 plus champions in League of Legends and thought to themselves, okay, now how can we make this game as low interaction as possible? And then they drafted 5 champions that do that, and they do it like incredibly well. So it's just going to come down to execution of comp here. Can Return to the Middle Stick solve the side lane puzzle?
Yeah, I am worried that they don't have the tools necessary to do it, unless for some reason Trundle gets super fed. That's my caveat, is Trundle can match up and wave clear and just stand there against Teemo and Tryndamere as soon as he gets a Titanic Hydra. I just don't think Set's that champion. Kiana can kind of do it, but then your 3-man squad is like Set, Seraphine, Karma, and that's kind of weird. So I don't know. There's a distinct lack of sustained damage in the Rodham comp, but luckily they're not really fighting into tanks. So
yeah, and in the concept of like the push war, Return to the Middle Sticks also doesn't have, as I mentioned, any comp that sieges. So if they're trying to like group and dive or shove down mid into Braum, Ivern, Caitlyn, it's not going to happen, right? You're not actually burning towers with any great rapidity here.
yeah, so this is going to be a very interesting game to set the tone, because you imagine whichever team wins can kind of return to the well. Like these are very repeatable comps, even if you have to change out specific pieces of it. Like you can set up a nasty 1-3-1 comp without Teemo and Tryndamere. You can set up this, big AoE wombo team fight without indexing so heavily into supports. But it's much harder to find an answer for it when your first one already doesn't work. So it'll be a really interesting series. It could be a long night. We have a best of 5 ahead of us. This is the LAS semifinals between Pain and Panic and uh, Lit Club Esports, which I keep flipping esports and club for some reason, so apologies. I don't know if that's actually particularly important. It's like a pun on literature club, but also like being lit. It's nice. I don't mind it, and they have like the Doki Doki Literature Club like aesthetic going.
Yeah,
I
that I appreciated. I like the logo design here.
Yeah, appreciate the branding, but could be a long day. We'll go ahead. I'm gonna flip up in the playoff bracket to see how we got here. Lit Club, the 8th seed, already going through Hybrid Theory and NSG Pearl, and now with a big matchup against Pain and Panic here in the semifinals. The other semifinal, NSG Infinity versus the newly unrebranded Chimeras, is going on the Legends stream. So pull open both of them to check it out, but keep your mic volume here because we're way better than can I put them down like that? They're in the chat. Maybe that's rude. Yeah. So
If you actually want the viewing experience, just multi-twitch us into into their stream, and then you get to watch both experiences simultaneously, and then you can try and pick out which casters are talking about what game. It's fun. I've done it before.
yeah. And then the quick shilling while we're waiting for spectator delay. We just opened our merch store. Well, our official merch store. Go to esportsgear.com/collection/return of the middle sticks, and you can get a bunch of cool stuff. We have a home jersey and away jersey, a couple of hoodies, including some stuff that I think is like very reasonably priced. Like that was the big
The
reason
mouse
that
pad.
yeah. There's a reason that we swapped from our old jerseys to this one, and a lot of that has to do with affordability. In addition, the team gets a small cut out of every piece of merchandise sold. So um, please take a look at that, and hopefully you find something that you like. Yeah, so back to our game. Lit Club and Pain and Panic about to go onto the Rift here for game number 1. We talked a little bit about these drafts. These seem like very hard lanes to play, though, for ROTM. Do you feel like we need to see Gid get involved early in order to try to stabilize these lanes? Or is it just kind of a sit and scale?
I mean, it depends, right? Ignoring the obvious one, which is like set into Teemo early, which in my opinion is actually unplayable. We've also got like the notoriously aggressive bot lane combo of Metsuro and Dream on characters that don't really do the aggressive early thing. So, if they kind of forget like what they're on and what they're doing, that could be a slight issue. But otherwise, it should just be a farm fest. The most volatile of these matchups, in my opinion, is Kiana Tryndamere.
Yes.
And that's just because Tryndamere introduces volatility into the game by being an RNG piece of horrible design from 10 years ago.
I don't... So I had this stance that Tryndamere was the single like worst champion in the game, and no one was backing me up, a couple of patches ago. But now that he's been played in at Worlds and is now getting more popular in solo queue, I think people are starting to come around,
The more times you watch Tryndamere crit twice in a row at level 2 and just win the lane because he's being handled by a professional playing into another professional who has now effectively permanent wave priority, is really an experience that cannot be understated.
Anyway, I see the notes in the chat. I'll actually do that some point after this game. But for now, on to the Rift for game number 1. Would you like to introduce our blue side?
Absolutely. On the blue side of the rift, wearing the blue health bars, in fact, are Return of the Middle Six Pain and Panic, as they 5 point up, Scrambles up in the top lane on Set, Gid Shadeslayer in the jungle on Trundle, Poor Flambe in the mid lane on the Kiana, and Dream Unforgiven and Matsuro 3 plus 2 on the bot lane on Seraphine and Karma.
And on the red side of the rift, wearing the red health bars for game number 1 are Lit Club Esports. Wanderer in the top lane playing Teemo. X80 X HD Graphics X in the jungle on Ivern. LGA invading on the Tryndamere. They're going to just get the ward out of Poro Flambe and not be able to get too much done themselves. And then CSOF, potentially. CSOF. I'm not sure what I want to go with.
Let's go with that. Seesoft. I think
I
Seesoft works
I
fine.
like Seesoff. If that's wrong,
Mm-hmm.
again, somebody let us know. But Seesoff and Swaddlebill in the bottom lane playing the Caitlyn and Braum. And yeah, I'm really curious to see this Ivern path, as I always am. That champion can do some really wild jungle paths and get away with it. Gid's going with a much more traditional start. He's even got Dream and Matsuro giving him a hell of a leash here to
Oh
start
yeah,
off the game.
that was huge. They didn't leave till 141. He should be like. I mean, there's not really a jungle clear comparison because it's Ivern, so yeah, I don't get to talk about like how far ahead he should be versus not ahead.
Yeah, so HD Graphics marks his wolves, then goes and smites blue, and now he's headed over to his red side. They both have words on this blue buff of Pain and Panic. Meanwhile, level 1, oh, there's a crit, and the game's over.
Mm.
Alright, well. Oh, level 2 for LG. He got another crit. Alright, what a champion. Great design.
I mean, being entirely honest, the second crit's the only really unfortunate one. If you're Poro Flambe, you've got to bow out of that auto attack battle with Tryndamere level 1 earlier than that. Your Kiana, that's not what your character's built for, and you're just ceding lane control by engaging in it.
Yeah, he is able to collect his wave underneath tower. LGA popped his ghost, which isn't that important of a cooldown, honestly, but at least it's something, right? I
Mm-hmm.
do like Poro Flambe perhaps knowing that he's going to be harassed a lot by Tryndamere early, went for the longsword and 3 start. It means that he'll have the extra health pots to hopefully keep topped off and not dying to the Tryndamere early on.
Yeah, part of me wondered if we were actually going to see him go D shield. Uh, I don't dislike that look, but I also don't dislike the triple potion
Oh,
start
the
either.
flash in for the stun. Both junglers are here in top side. Wanderer headed down around the long side, and Gid is going to run into him, get the chomp for the slow, but the blind doing a lot of work. The poison starting to stack up, but Wanderer cannot kite this far away, and the haymaker will not quite finish him off, but the flash will secure it. First blood for Gid Shadeslayer, and even Poro Flambe able to roam down before LGA can. And they're threatening the dive on HD Graphics up in the top lane. The pillar comes through, but the teleport from Wanderer is going to be a signal that they shouldn't do this. Oh, he didn't have the red buff. It had just timed out, so Gid not able to get that red buff applied, and HD Graphics will limp away. Meanwhile, Wanderer just will start using his blowgun and try to get some damage down onto Scrambles. He'll walk into the bush, but this is pretty risky. There's still an Ivern around in the area. Now the pillar comes down, the chop not doing any damage because of the blind, and Wanderer playing this one pretty well. But in comes the haymaker, and Scrambles gets the kill. And now Wanderer in trouble. He has the blind back up. He gets one. Can Scrambles finish off the second? LGA is here, but the Facebreaker actually picks up the kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, somehow they've actually gotten a kill on Swaddlebill. LGA still continuing to crit through. He dashes through Scrambles, gets the haymaker shield up, and the autos for the kill. It's a killing spree for Scrambles. He's 3-0-1 off of this early nonsense up on the top side.
Set superiority, stay winning. That's actually all I have to say about that, honestly. Extended fights in which Set can get W off, like, I think 4 times in total in that engagement over the course of its entire length. Yeah, they don't favor you early.
Yeah, now Dream and Matsuro maybe a little overextended, but the Ivern Q not quite going to be able to hit that is an important amount of CC that just didn't quite land. Matsuro trying to kite back out. We'll get the root with the tether into the pillar now as Gid's able to join, and the 3v3 going to break out in bottom, and HD Graphics is the one that's in trouble. One more auto would secure it, but the shield is up from Swaddlebill, and they'll be able to escort their tree out.
Yeah, and I like the proactivity from ADHD here, but he's just having a little bit of trouble getting the final or condemning little bit of CC down onto this bot lane. And now, he's up quite a bit of CS on his lane opponent, uh, such as it is in jungle, but not really impacting the solo lanes to the extent that he was probably hoping to.
Scrambles is having a full experience up in the top lane right now. So we
Yeah,
watch him trying to farm. Oh, I like this. Swaddlebill walking in front of the cannon minion means the Dream won't be able to get that with the E. Yeah, this is already quite a game, and Poro Flambe has to use his ult defensively to try to disengage from LGA. A little bit unfortunate to have to blow that cooldown in such a way, and Scramble's waiting is on top of a ward, but they don't know about the Trundle. We'll see if LGA fancies himself a chance here anyway in a potential 1v2, but it looks like he'll back out. Really do think that Gid needs to grab a couple of jungle camps here. He's starting to fall a little bit behind in that count.
yeah. I think if LGA is 6 there, maybe he goes for it. He's trying to keep him around just for the level 6 experience. He's gonna have the ghost up. It could actually be a bit dangerous, and we do see Poro Flambe finally fully back off for that reset. That's something that I was gonna bring up that you mentioned. Scrambles, 3-0, really insane surge of gold to have this early on. The thing about Teemo is he doesn't really care a whole lot. Like, if you're not being aggressive and giving Scrambles the opportunity to fight you, in lane, the matchup doesn't really change a whole lot.
Yeah, I, I I like that bit of analysis. It does feel like the gold just wouldn't significantly matter from scrambles because regardless, Teemo's going to play the lane the same way. I think it's very interesting that he's itemized full defensive thus far. He's gone for the Ninja Tabby, picked up a Doran shield as well. That's he's a little scared right now, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit, for sure. The early dragon is going to accelerate the dragon stacking option, and if you're looking at it from Lit Club's perspective, you've already removed one of the less desirable options in Cloud. You've got the mountain coming up, so no matter what, we're getting a really good soul here if they actually prioritize getting these dragons the way that they seem like they should be.
Yeah, as we've discussed though, they're the team comp that's going to have a little bit more trouble in a 5v5 team fight with the Tryndamere and the Teemo. If ROTM can really excuse me, bring their characters to bear, I think it'll be difficult for them to keep that dragon stacking. So it's potentially very important that they keep it rolling early before ROTM can get that big 5v5 foothold in the game.
Yeah, almost certainly. And we're seeing the expected slight CS differential out of bot lane, but what's worrying me a little bit more is how far behind Gid is to ADHD.
Yeah, I lost track of what I was going to say. I started to say something and then I didn't. Poro, not able to get the root, and that is potentially going to open him up for a trade. And I don't know, two melee mid laners. It actually snaps and looks at mid lane occasionally. That's really weird.
Yeah, honestly, kind of a jarring experience. I'm not used to this in any way.
Yeah, Gid is foregoing more farm in favor of taking the Rift Herald here early on. Doesn't look like he's going to be spotted out, so should be able to grab that with relative ease.
First Herald's kind of nice. If you can set up a situation in which maybe you can roam Matsuro away from bot or even move Poro Flambe up and just try to drop the tower for Wanderer in one fell swoop and get Scrambles away from this lane, he can actually make this early gold infusion and power that he has relevant instead of it just fizzling out in the Teemo lane.
Yeah, Gid walking into the enemy jungle, but not going to be able to find a whole lot because there's the Tryndamere threatening. Scrambles gets finally a good trade up in the top lane. Wanderer's been forced to use a lot of his mushrooms just to wave clear. So he has just the one defensive mushroom, which is on top of a pink ward, and now finally getting a second one out. You usually like to see a big line if you're playing Teemo, Um, just kind of splitting off your top lane, make sure that you get your lane kingdom. But not able to set that up just yet, as he's been forced to try to deal with the wave clear that's coming out of Scrambles so far.
Yeah. Scramble's recognizing the type of lane he's in, liberal use of the Haymaker pretty much every time it's up, the shield allowing him to take the Teemo poke while still being able to pick up some of the farm, so it's good awareness of the fact that you're not going to ever need it for any like 1v1ing or dueling that you're going to be doing. It's Teemo.
Yeah, he does. It looks like he keeps trying to walk into the mushrooms that are placed on the wave. All right, Herald is going to be summoned up on the top side, so Scramble should get some plates from this, but he won't get a whole lot more than that. Yeah, just the 2 plates, which is a little unfortunate. That's pretty much the minimum amount that you should expect with that first Herald.
Yeah, Scramble's actually, I think Scramble sees what I see as a set player, which is Teemo at just around 700, a little under. That's like, assuming you hit everything and your
Oh,
W doesn't get flashed, yeah. I was gonna say, he is at pretty much the exact health that you can one combo him from full through blind. At least with an Iron Spike whip on top of it, and fully charged Haymaker, so.
yeah, what I kind of want to see Gid do, he's again, falling behind in jungle camps. He's about 3 behind right now, which isn't the biggest differential, but given that he's Trundle against Ivern, you'd expect him to be ahead, just based on his champion can farm and Ivern can't. Um, but I'd love to see them be a little bit more proactive, roam in and try to find Ivern in his jungle, get some deep vision in there, and at least try to put a little bit of pressure on him so that um, he can try to recoup some of those camps, because he should be much stronger in the 1v1. And honestly, without as long as there's no Tryndamere involved, they should win 2v2s and 3v3s.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair, and
Well,
you know,
they're going to pick a fight with Tryndamere. We'll see how that goes. Oh, the ult is going to stun ADHD as he's trying to get out. Has the bushes, calls in Daisy, and that's going to be it. Dragon spawned, so this is ROTM's attempt to really bait everybody into a fight. But now with the Kiana ultimate down, they've lost a lot of their big team fight potential. Teleport coming in from Wanderer, and they're going to engage with the Braum ult. Into the fight goes everybody, but Scrambles just able to disengage with his ultimate. Battle lines kind of reset. Gid just trying to chomp down on Wanderer, but a big mushroom is actually ticking through everyone, and Gid's going to be the first to fall in the fight. Matsuro gets taken down. It's a double kill for the Caitlyn, and Lit just continuing to pile through. They'll finish off Poro Flambe as well, and it's a triple kill for Seesoff, and now LGA diving underneath the turret, giving him the Tryndamere gameplay experience. It's a good haymaker to try to even things out, and actually they'll get 3 back with a double kill from Dream, but it's just Scrambles left alive against LGA and Seesoff.
So I'm assuming nothing happens here other than them picking up the Mountain Dragon, which they were able to earn back for themselves. There's a couple mistakes that I want to highlight out of that on both sides. I think if you're Return of the Metal Sticks despite Set's gold lead, there's no Tryndamere ult, but yeah, I don't think Scrambles can reasonably do this against full health Caitlyn.
Teleport in from Dream, they're actually going to be able to get this dragon.
Huh. Wow, that's
good awareness by...
I didn't recognize that Dream's TP was still up. That's really good awareness from Scrambles, actually.
It's good awareness from Scrambles. It's good awareness from Lit not to continue to stay on that dragon. They might have been able to take it down, but they definitely lose both members taking the dragon at that point. So really good awareness by both teams in that situation, and I think they played it out very well from that kind of odd situation that they found themselves in. So, as we take stock, about 1,000 gold lead, a little less, 800, 700 for Pain and Panic. They've got a 3 kill advantage. Now, even in Dragons, no one's been able to push down a tower just yet, but that they should start falling here relatively soon as we've hit the 14, almost 15-minute mark. Now, Poro Flambe going to find the Ivern in the river. They'll try to get on top of him. The ultimate coming back through, going to lock up LGA. They'll get the root Gid, continuing to pursue, looking for ADHD, but now with Daisy beaten on him, won't be able to continue his chase. And I'll let you talk for a little bit. Sorry.
No, no worries. I like that we're actually seeing the pressure being put on Ivor now. It seems like Return the Middle Sticks noticed that, you know, they haven't really been pressuring this incredibly vulnerable early champion quite as much. My concern now is the fact that Seesoft picked up so much gold in that last engagement that he's now a threat even to the very defensive bot lane of Seraphine and Karma, and that really, I think Return of the Middle Sticks, by virtue of their comp, should have won that fight, but burning the Kiana ult as early as it did was really a big difference maker. They
Ooh.
couldn't capitalize on Scramble's ult into 3 the way that normally you would have been able to.
Yeah, Matsuro off doing a little bit of vision getting, a little bit of a roam, and Dream playing very safely, able to evade a gank that I don't know if he was necessarily aware of, but I really like his patience and awareness there. And Swaddlebill is walking aggressively forward. He takes a lot of damage from Dream and Matsuro, and now this lane pushing again into the turret of Lit Club, and ADHD is headed down on the Ivern to maybe try to turn that one around.
Yeah,
This feels a little
I think
telegraphed by Swaddlebill. Like
a little bit.
the only reason your Braum should walk up in this situation is if he's got extra help. And ooh, Matsuro not quite able to land that Mantra Q. I think if he had, that might have been enough to turn from ROTM. What I really want to see, I didn't notice a big Seraphine ult. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Dream just actually smurfed it on that. But I think that that's going to be an ability that's very important in some of these upcoming fights that we need to really keep an eye out for.
Definitely, I think so. Right now, I would like to see Return of the Middle Sticks take advantage of the fact that their stats got Gore Drinker. He's 4-0. Their Seraphine has 3 kills to match the 3 kills from Seasoft. Not quite as much farm, but you can't really expect that. I'd like to actually see them take this second Rift Herald and try and open the map up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it'd be really valuable to either knock the Teemo or the Tryndamere back a turret. I think particularly the Tryndamere, if you give him a longer lane to have to deal with, he starts to really lose his effectiveness and his pace. But now threatening with the Gale Force, he's very strong, despite not a whole lot happening around him. 135 farm, 4 assists under his belt. Um, he's a threatening man. I'm curious, who have they been handing these buffs to, or have they been just ignoring them?
I I want to say they're actually going to Caitlyn, which I mean kind of makes sense. Caitlyn does have some abilities that cost a decent amount of mana. You can spam net more often, and you get to Q wave as much as you actually want to, but they don't really have a good other recipient for blue buff on this side of the map. You'd want to give it to Wanderer, but there's no way he's making that trip.
Yeah. Anyway, Dream and Matsuro still continuing to push. Matsuro has done his roaming thing, and you can see he's at a 3-level disadvantage to his... I was going to say 80 carry, but that's not particularly accurate. His... Not even AP carry. I guess kind of.
Lane
He's got a...
partner.
He's got a... He's got a mask, you know?
Yeah, he's got the Leandries, but I think even... Isn't it such that it's like cost effective to build Leandries on...
Yeah, LGA is going for it, and he is
Yeah,
not going to
there it
stop. The
is.
exhaust a little bit too late now. Scrambles maybe looking to turn it around, but with the Undying Rage still available, uh, not going to fancy that fight. RTM is still going to start up this dragon, even without Poro Flambe available. They know that Wanderer can't get down here, so this is just a pure 4v4. A little bit of health missing from LGA, a lot of health missing from Swaddlebill. The Seraphine ult just clips the Braum. They're able to secure the dragon. Can they get out safely? It looks like yes. Lit Club not willing to walk in and scrap it out. So kind of a pocket pick there from ROTM. They're able to get away with the dragon. They do lose the first turret up on the top side, and the gold lead now flipping back the other way as Lit Club has about 1,000.
They lose the tower and they lose Poro Flambe. I think if you're Poro Flambe in that scenario, your indicator that LGA is going all the way is the use of the Gale Force. He pretty much opened with that, and as soon as you see it, you've got to drop that exhaust. You can't expect him to leave it.
Poro trying to find the big Kiana ultimate now running away to the safety of his Trundle, and it'll be a successful disengage, but he had to burn his flash in that situation. Not a whole lot invested on the other side as ADHD was under a little bit of threat, but able to get out safely, and yeah, now a flashless mid laner is Puro Flambe, but still alive, and will continue laning, it looks like, for the time being.
Yeah, Wanderer actually ends up with a donated blue buff off of that steal that ADHD was able to pick up. So he does get one this game.
Yeah.
But now that he has the tower down, he can really just focus on littering the jungle with these mushrooms, which is going to be pretty annoying if you're Return of the Middle Sticks, actually. You can see what was a potential pick there kind of got stuffed out by poor Flambe hitting one.
Yeah, and already like they cleared two, and there's already two more placed by Wanderer. Those start really stacking up, especially now that he's hit level 11. You can store four if you need to, and he's got a Rift Maker, which is that the tech? I don't actually know what.
I I actually dislike that a lot. I think if you're playing into exactly this Return of the Middle Sticks comp, it's always a Leandries for me. But I mean, Riftmaker does make you really annoying to deal with in an actual 1v1. So if we see him start itemizing for that and the side lane push, I could understand it a little bit more. Now I wonder now that I'm looking wonder. I wonder now that I'm looking at it whether or not the Yasuo ban was towards him. Usually you expect it to be towards like the mid laner or the ADC, but yeah,
His name's
people name
Wanderer.
their
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I don't know. You can tell how much scouting I did for the semifinals that I'm casting here.
Oh, true. Same. I saw their logo ahead of time. That's about as much as I got. I
Yeah,
even
these
read a bracket, so that's pretty neat. But yeah, I don't know. Our team doesn't pay me enough to actually do research. So. A little unlucky.
I mean, we get more stream content out of guessing, right?
Yeah, it's a fun activity.
I enjoy it. It's one of my favorite pastimes. So now that we've kind of reached this lull game state at just under 23 minutes, it's hard to believe that the game has actually been going for this long. It feels like so little has happened, but there are 3 dragons taken off the table and only 1 tower down so far. So we might be going the distance with this one, which I feel like on paper uh should favor the team fight oriented comp, but there's just so much side lane scaling on the side of Lit Club that it kind of concerns me a little bit. No proper ADC for Return of the Middle Sticks, and they don't have characters like Tryndamere.
Yeah, it feels like their team fighting will continue to get stronger and stronger throughout the game, but there's always just that gotcha card of I'm Tryndamere and I ended the game all of a sudden. Scramble's trying to pick the 1v1 with Wanderer, who's doing alright so far, but now has kind of blown his combo and has to find a bush to try to retreat to and bait Wanderer in, but he's got the ward, and Scrambles is in a lot of trouble now. Can he actually get out? Will he continue further in? It looks like he'll pull him in with the E. He'll have the W back up. There's 273 casual true damage going to Wanderer. Scrambles still can't quite decide whether he wants to go in or not, but now with Swaddlebill walking up on the Braum, he's going to have to evacuate the top lane for the time being.
Yeah, and I mean that's just the way the lane goes. Like you're 4-0, you're playing into a 2-3 character, but the character just beats your character so hard that that's the result of you blowing flash and ulti 2 different Ws, which I mean, in my opinion, set W is like one of the single most ridiculous abilities to be printed in the last 2 years of League of Legends.
Yeah, 4 seconds to go on another dragon spawn. Potential dragon 3 for Return of the Middle Sticks, so could be very important. We'll see if Lit Club can get in a position to really contest. Already taking just a lot of poke over the wall from Dream. The flash in from Gid as he's looking to go. The big Seraphine ult, they'll chain it in. They'll take down Swaddlebill. They'll take down ADHD. And Seesoft forced to flee as well. He'll get rooted up and the chomp comes through. A shutdown going to Gid. Wanderer closing from the top. LGA has to spin away over the wall. And ROTM, there's the team fight that we were looking for. A lot of good AoE CC abilities hit specifically the Seraphine ult, I think, from Dream was very good. And that'll be a dragon going the way of RTM. They're on Soul Point.
Yeah, I didn't actually really see how Wanderer was able to escape that teleport. I think maybe just they decided to chase Seasoft, and rightly so. I mean, you get the shutdown, but I thought it was kind of doomed when the first two went down and that teleport was still channeling. You could see there they got the team fight that they wanted, but honestly, Lit Club positioning the way they did is just really disrespectful. If you don't know for a fact that that pixel brush is clear, you really can't be walking up with the likes of full support Ivern jungle, uh, face tanking into that.
Yeah. Two towers. Um, I was gonna make a Lord of the Rings joke, but I just can't right now. Insert your own Lord of the Rings joke. That's good enough. But two towers acquired for Return of the Middle Sticks, and they'll swing the gold lead back in their favor, about 1,500 so far. Would look like a seesaw on the gold graph if we could ever look at one again.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
RIP online match history.
I just want I just want the ability to do the in-game pop-ups that the LCS broadcast can.
Yeah, or
I want to
even
see.
the regular Dota client. Shout out to Dota. I feel like I shout out Dota quite a bit. Like, I pay attention to the things that they do right, but I don't criticize them enough for the things that they do wrong, which is why do their characters have a fucking turn radius, and why can you only use one rotation of spells before you're out of mana? Alright, there we go. There's the big gripes. I hate the gameplay. That said, the UI is actually really nice. You can do a
You
lot of
know,
different things with the UI. It's got a lot of different graphs and stuff to look at while you're in game.
high quality stuff from Ice Frog. It's actually just what it's like looking at a MOBA who has consistently put improvements to their client and their game over the course of its development cycle, and not just the game and their cosmetics. Maybe that's a side effect of opening up cosmetic options
Oh.
to the community instead of just your developers. Who knows?
Poor Flambe kind of missed everything there, but he's got Git in his
Yeah,
back pocket to try to wrong the right, uses the subjugate. Poor Flambe dives in, steals the kill from his jungler, and then dies to the tower. All is as it should be. Gid and
that's standard.
Matsuro gonna go ahead and push in this top wave, and the game continues.
I mean, like, if you, I like, don't get me wrong, I've played Kiana, I get it, but for what, man? Actually, for what though? There's no reason. It's fine. It's honestly, it's not the end of the world. They don't lose anything
Yeah.
specifically for Poro Flambe being off map for this period of time.
No, in fact, the fact that they killed the Teemo is going to open up the tower. Like, it's honestly probably a positive gold trade, all things considered. It just, you didn't have to. You're flexing a little bit, poor Flambe, but he he did get the kill, so he's got two now, and he'll finish up his Yumu's, so that's very nice. And Gid's been doing his best Trundle and One for All impression, and he's taken like every bit of every health of the towers on the map as he's rounded out his
Mm-hmm.
collection.
I've actually, okay, I've synthesized it down to like two things. I want to be able to see an in-game gold graph in real time in Spectator, instead of like the one at the end of the match that we used to have. Now that we don't have post the removal of online match history. But the one thing I want more than that is a graph for damage in last team fight.
Oh yes, that
That's such a fun feature.
damage in last team fight, or even like current damage dealt in the game, would be kind of neat to see, like how champions scale over time based on their damage. Like, I don't know. I think that those particular graphs would be super interesting. So
Yeah, so we do see it. It is Wanderer opting heavily towards that side laning 1v1 type of build. I was gonna say picking Teemo the character in a game that goes longer than 25 minutes is basically just I have decided that I'm going to have the most damage in the game by virtue of who I am. So, that sometimes you have certain champions that warp those statistics pretty heavily, but
yep.
usually they're still like impactful to look at and to think about.
Well, Wanderer lives up to his name as he is now join the fray down in the bottom lane. In comes the teleport from Scrambles. A little bit of a flank here from him. We'll see if he can get on to Seasoft. Looks like his big target, but the Gale Force away. Meanwhile, the backline in a little bit of trouble as LGA gets knocked up to the fucking moon, but he still is able to dash back through, and he's out the other side. The Subjugate isn't quite enough damage to finish him off, so now without the Kiana, they're going to beat away on Daisy is going to be the first victim of the fight for Lit Club, but the Braum ultimate used. They're locking up Gid, they're locking up Scrambles. In comes a big haymaker, but it doesn't quite do enough damage. Gid gets stuck on a trap. He's really low, almost going to fall. ADHD on the top side of the fight, still looking to make something happen. They've taken down Swaddle Bill, but can they finish off anything else? Scrambles very low, still duking it out with Wanderer, but not quite able to. LGA now spins his way back in, but he gets shut down by Gid. Matsuro still staying alive, gets a little shield, but they're going to lose the assistance of Gid. It's a double kill again for Seasoft. Dream evens it out again as he snipes Wanderer with the Q. Seasoft nets over the wall, so it's Seasoft and ADHD to try to take the dragon against Dream. Does he have the empowered echo voice? The E over the wall, not quite enough damage. It's not in vision anymore because it's in the bush. The echoed voice, oh, that was pretty close to being the right timing, but ADHD able to smite it away and denies the Dragon Soul from ROTM for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, you would think, given the Gore Drinker plus the fact that you have Seraphine and Karma on your team, that extended fights would actually favor Return of the Middle Sticks, but that strategy doesn't work so well when you don't actually prioritize Caitlyn. Seasoft got to free auto pretty much the entire fight after burning just Gale Force early and then Flash slightly later.
Yeah, I really liked the journey of LGA through that team fight. As Tryndamere
Yeah.
diving into the backline 1v4, getting an assassination, spinning out, then he went and healed and got the mid lane tower, and then he spun back in to trade himself for a second kill. Just, he's pretty strong. He's almost out to a Flame Horizon on Poro Flambe, and it's the Tryndamere
It's top
gaming
tier,
experience.
just Tryndamere things.
Yeah.
That clip goes on like a Tryndamere main subreddit under a caption. This is just every team fight with this character, isn't it?
Yeah, ROTM now going to threaten Baron, which, again, you would think that ROTM would want to force them into these big 5v5 team fights, and Lit Club so far have opted in. Wanderer's down in the bottom lane. He's got teleport available to join if they really want to go for this. And right now, Lit Club now able to secure some vision on the Baron. ROTM trying their best to find a little pocket that they can play in, but not aggressive enough this time to find a pick. And Lit Club kind of calling their bluff, not going to opt to walk into no vision, and instead they're going to head to the split push as LGA's up in the top lane, Wanderer's down in the bottom lane, and ROTM now are going to be the team that has to make a decision.
I really dislike what I just saw. At this point in time, if you're Gid, you don't take those blues. You give those blues to probably Seraphine, like 100%.
Yeah.
You know, a close second with Karma, but you're never keeping those.
That's actually incredible that LGA wasn't able to find the kill in that situation onto Poro Flambe.
I think if he has the Ghost, he probably still goes for it because he's got the Undying Rage, but without either Summoner up, he just didn't want to risk it. I mean, he gets more value out of keeping the split push up, right? And now that you've force packed Poro Flambe, and more importantly, you've gotten the Kiana ult down, you can just do this. Like, you can just start up the Baron. You know Scrambles can't TP in just yet. This is actually a really nice decision from them, I think.
Yeah, this feels like a good decision by Lit Club, but Gid and Dream still going to go for it. The block from the Braum is huge. Gid is still in the pit, though. It goes so low, but the smite is good by ADHD. They'll secure it, and now can they get the rest of the fight? LGA just assassinates Poro Flambe, and the front side of the fight going similarly well. Seasoft on a killing spree. LGA gets a triple kill on the Tryndamere, and the game suddenly flips on its head and starts to fall apart for Pain and Panic as Lit Club secure the Baron. They have the split push. They have everyone available. We'll see how much they can get during these death timers.
I feel like the real point of I feel like the real way in for Lit Club in this game specifically has been this Tryndamere into Kiana matchup. I mean, you highlighted it early. You really only have one person who can match a side lane pressure, and sending Poro Flambe to match his lane opponent late game, it only ends like this.
Yeah, early on it seemed like a relatively even matchup, but LGA has accelerated hugely throughout the game. He's going to start to cap off a little bit in damage now that he's hit 4.5 items, but, you know, being a 110 farm up on your lane opponent will do that sometimes.
Oh no, I just realized we didn't put up a prediction. I feel like a failure.
Uh, yeah, I didn't know that there were enough people in the chat to actually justify a prediction, so.
That seems reasonable. Maybe, I mean, I'm just trying to steal points from the Return of the Metal Sticks channel, so.
You know?
So I feel like this is still Return of the Middle Sticks in contention for this game if they can pick up this dragon. I think if it goes to the 7th drag, you're actually in a little bit of trouble. But if you can get a good team fight win here and get the Infernal Soul, you actually get to equalize a little bit of the gold differential just in raw stats, and of course the Infernal Soul just being a nuts uh, buff to add to your late game repertoire.
Yeah, I'll add that that gold total doesn't matter as much because these two comps are just so different from each other. It, the the way the items stack up isn't as important necessarily as how the team fight is played. And we're going to see it from ROTM. Wanderer walks in, throws the shrooms down. Poor Flambe trying to get on top of Seesoft. He's looking for the assassination on the Caitlyn, and he will not quite get it, actually. The Caitlyn finishes him off. The smite is good for Gid, as he is able to secure the Infernal Soul, but can they fight their way out? Scramble's trying to get on top of Seesoft, but can't quite finish him off, and everyone has fallen for Return of the Middle Sticks. It's an ace for Lit Club, and can they finish off the game? They should be able to. LGA walking
More
down the
than
mid
enough
lane with
time.
the Tryndamere. There's long death timers as we've hit 36 minutes into the game. And game one going to go to Lit Club. It was very close, very well contested throughout, but um, in the end, the split push found their opening. They found their Baron, and they'll secure game number one.
I think in my humble opinion as an analyst, the most annoying thing about this game is that Lit Club drafted hard split push should never win a team fight comp, and then won like 3 consecutive team fights at the end of the game. So do with that information what you will. We'll have to see what the draft adaptation looks like for Rodham Pain and Panic in game 2.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation now. Lit Club up 1-0 with the split push comp. Do they head back to more split push? Do they index even harder for it in game number two? Or will we see Pain and Panic have some answer? Will we see them turn it up? There's a lot of potential options now available to both sides. Oh, all right.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. So they have the World's Champion Select Musics. Notable because this one's called Fonkzilla.
That's not real.
That's Fonkzilla.
Nice.
Here you go. This is.
Oh, it's beautiful. This is everything I needed. I'm just gonna put this on loop in the background.
Luckily, it loops on its own. I'm not feeling this one as hard as some of the other ones.
I prefer Coming to Play. That's the one that I've always
Yeah,
voice.
that's a solid one.
Yeah.
My favorite one is still the LCK Champ Select music from 2017 or 2018. But and then there's one MSI one that uses like the MSI anthem as part of the loop in it. It's really good. And then there's one from LEC called Neon Freeze that has just a bunch of bass in it. I really like that. I hate that I've listened to enough Champion Select music to actually have a like real opinion about it.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's like a lobby or a game happening. I don't have an invite yet.
Wait, why did you not get an invite? And how do I have one? Hold on. I'm in the lobby and I just assumed like by default that you got invited because I accepted it and then I immediately got up to grab a drink.
Oh, well.
Huh.
They don't
Interesting.
like me enough, I guess. I also don't like the enemy team because none of them are here. But
Yeah, none of them have even been invited yet, so.
we're taking our time, I guess.
I mean, if I got like if I lost to people who selected Ivern, Tryndamere, Teemo, unironically, I would be a little salty too. I might not invite them to the next game,
Yeah.
despite the fact that that game is against them.
Well, I guess I have some time. I'll run and go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Nice, nice.
Well, Lit Club wants red for game number 2, and so they shall have it.
They shall indeed.
We're still trying to get people into the lobby. Apparently, we're just gonna take like 30 minutes in between games.
That's fine. It's probably not going to inflate our cast time at all.
We still don't even have Matsuro in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
There he is. Alright, so both teams have said R in the chat. But the draft hasn't started yet, so... You know. We're doing
Naturally. Okay, it looks like at least one of the teams has readied up at this point on the draft. So that's improvement, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, we might actually have game 2 at some point. I'm okay with taking it a little slow, but like this is almost painfully slow, you know?
Agreed.
Never mind our drafters AFK. That's
I see.
pretty unlucky.
Indeed. Uh, Game score predictions for Worlds knockouts.
Okay, Worlds knockouts. Well, I'm ever the pessimist, so we've got Damwon 3-0 over Med, and we got Genji 3-0 over Cloud9, because that would be the most depressing thing that could possibly happen. And then probably some other semifinals. Probably like 3-1 T1 over Hanwha. And, we'll go like a 3-2 EDG versus RNG.
I think both of those are fair. I think Dom 100% 3-0 is mad. I'm gonna say, and I won't predict a winner because apparently there's a lot of contention about this now that I've like looked online. I'm gonna say it's 3-1 between Genji and Cloud9, and I don't know which one of them actually wins.
Yeah, I really liked they had the reveals like of the teams finding out who their opponent was, and I loved that both of those teams were just super excited to be fighting each other rather than somebody else.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh,
We're banning.
Yep, we're into draft for game number 2. The band's coming fast and furious. Yasuo, Yone, MF, and Thresh not available for game number 2. And now Rodham, is this going to be a Teemo or a Tryndamere? I feel like a Tryndamere would be kind of necessary. What does that open up, though?
Tryndamere seems reasonable. There it is. I don't remember what the last ban was in the last series.
Yeah,
and I closed out of the draft little link, so it's just happening now.
Yeah, I never.
It leaves
open,
up something.
So. Yeah, there's definitely something available. Maybe like even 143 champions or so available for Lit Club. And the Trundle's going to be the first lock-in for Return of the Middle Stick,
So the Tryndamere literally the only adaptation so far. Do we see first pick Ivern Caitlyn here? Like, do we get the Salty run back? Because this feels like Salty run back territory.
Yeah, we'll see if Lit wants to return to the well. That would feel pretty good considering what happened in last game. And there is the Caitlyn. Notably, it'll be reverse order because it was Ivern first and then Caitlyn. If we do see the run back, but taking a little time for that second pick this time.
Makes me think that we actually probably aren't seeing the Ivern this time around. We might just see Caitlyn Braum locked immediately, though. That would make the most sense, I think. Nope, there it is. There's the character, the tree with the face on it that I don't like. The face, specifically. Like, I don't have a problem with Ivern. The character.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if that was just all trees with faces, like if this was Maokai hating club as well. Or...
No, like Maokai's like facial structure and the way it's almost like Ivern's wearing a mask that resembles bark on top of a tree, whereas the face of Maokai is the tree.
Okay. So how do you feel about like Treebeard?
No, that seems to work fine for me. Maybe it's the nostalgia factor, the fact that I watched Lord of the Rings for the first time at like 6 or 7 years old.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm so old. Alright, well, Seraphine, lock in, and Orianna is going to be a different pick this time for ROTM, so poor Flambe taking safer wave clear mage to the mid lane. That almost certainly means that the Seraphine will be back for Dream in the bottom lane, and we're getting Corki Orianna, how exciting. Woo!
I didn't see this coming. And by that I mean I was actually literally going to say it before they locked Corki in, but they locked Corki too quickly. Blinding Orianna in the first rotation and banning Corki in the second rotation of the last draft seems pretty telegraphed. No Braum, no Set, these are pretty standard. They're also going to take the Karma away so that the lane pairing for Return of the Middle Sticks will not return in that direction, but I feel like you don't anyway now that you have the Ori. So that might just be a wasted ban. We'll see though.
Yeah, there's still the potential that the Trundle is actually the top laner, but we'll have to see how the matchups actually shake out. For now, our team taking their time on this second ban. Is this?
I feel like you don't need to ban the Teemo because Set's off the table, so it's going to be Aurelia instead. That's a new one. Maybe they just have looked at an OPGG because we certainly haven't.
Yeah. So now Lit with presumably, their support pick here, unless we're getting something very special. But
I don't know what scenario exactly or what champion makes you want to pick not support here, and it is going to be Leona.
yeah,
So
Leona's a all-around good pick, good initiation, but doesn't pair super well with the Caitlyn, so kind of disappointing. But gives them the initiation that they need. They were kind of lacking in the last game. They had Braum kind of initiating fights, which isn't his best niche. But now the Leona slot right into this double marksman comp, and RTM gonna go with Urgot for presumably scrambles up in the top lane.
top lane matchup waiting room. This is going to be a character for Return to the Middle Sticks. Currently they have 4 and they require 5 of them, in fact. So
Yeah, that's
I told you, top lane matchup waiting room. I want to analyze. I'm looking at Blitzcrank. I knew it wasn't going to be an ADC. Why would it be?
yeah.
Instead, we're just playing Seraphine Blitzcrank, I think. And I don't like that either. I don't know what the aversion is specifically to having Dream play a ranged damage dealer that deals physical damage of some variety, but apparently it's just not the video game that we're playing this evening. Sure, why not? I don't like that. Forget what I was saying earlier. I get to go back to my other point of top lane matchup waiting room. This isn't a top lane matchup on my list of top lane matchups that I can talk about where Urgot's concerned.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. That could be a Corki top lane, could be a Caitlyn top lane, could be a Caston top lane.
I
Could be-
equally hate all 3 of those options
Yeah.
somehow.
Could be real wild and be a Leona top lane, but then I don't know who your support is, so it's not as likely. But
Yeah, that's. I mean, it might not be as likely, but it's just Corky Caitlyn bot. You put Leona top with Conqueror, and you just watch her battle it up against Urgot.
I don't know.
The character's got enough base damage, right? Why not?
I don't know what the point of that would be. Which one of these champions actually has a good matchup under Urgot? Because
Oh, none of them. No,
Corki
no.
probably doesn't. Caston's probably terrible. So it'd be Caitlyn would have the best matchup against him, but like I don't know that that's a good matchup necessarily.
Kassadin's matchup is quite bad. Corky's matchup is like okay because you're playing ranged into semi-ranged-ish. You're playing ranged into knees, and in that matchup you probably just don't die because you have Valkyrie up and you can ignore most things after 6 and just fire ults into the wave.
Yeah,
But once again, I'm left scratching my head on what exactly the point of playing this substandard is from both teams. I'm the last person in draft to accuse teams of being intentionally ambiguous or quirky for no particular reason, but that's starting to feel that way.
yeah, I don't know what. So this is the second time that I've just been kind of baffled after the last pick by Lit Club, but in this particular instance, like, what does Kassadin do in this team?
I mean, if you really want to secure, this is kind of similar to playing Tryndamere or Teemo in that you've drafted 2 solo lanes who just have insane late game by default. I guess that's the point. But if you were going to play leaning into that strategy, you wouldn't play the way Lit Club decided to in the first game, where they actually took team fights that didn't favor them and then won them anyway. Like, you're either going into the game expecting to flex, or you're going into the game expecting to wait until 35 minutes and then win because you drafted a team that wins at 35 minutes.
So it looks like the Corki top lane for Wanderer.
It's a choice. It's definitely better as a matchup into Urgot than the Kassadin is, so
Yeah.
I kind of get it. Also, Kassadin into Orianna really doesn't actually feel that bad. I've played that quite a bit when I was in mid. I took a stint as like a 1-month Kassadin main. I won't say one trick, but I got enough on the match history to have it banned a couple of times. It was a good experience.
That feels like a pretty okay matchup for the Kassadin. At least one where you can exist early on and scale and trade and do
Yeah,
the
you're not
things they
playing
want to
into
do.
like you're not playing into like Syndra or God forbid any AD assassin.
Yeah,
I was trying to pick like a similarly blindable mage in this scenario that would be worse for Kassadin than Orianna is, and Syndra came to mind immediately.
yeah. I was gonna say Azir's probably about the same. Like, I don't know.
I'd agree. And arguably in that scenario, you have like even more late game insurance into Kassadin. Not in the same way that like Kassadin doesn't still blow you up, but it's definitely better late game than Syndra is.
Yeah, and again, far be it from me to really question things, but the Orianna feels like a very strange pick with the rest of this team. You have no ball delivery, no real setup for the ultimate, and the team that you're fighting isn't going to group up, so it's not like, I don't know.
I
It'll
I
be
think
interesting
my
to see how Poro Flambe is able to find effectiveness in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a puzzle for Poro Flambe specifically to figure out, because I feel like this is his pick, right? Like you had opportunities to create ball delivery in top and support, and you didn't. So you have to assume that Poro Flambe requested the Orianna specifically, like before it could be banned out. Like you're opting into a blind Orianna as opposed to anything else here. So there's definitely a reason for it. I just don't particularly know what it is. I'm not in comms.
Yeah, so again, we're left kind of scratching our heads, but we have very similar, I guess, team comp identities almost to last game. You have kind of a team that wants to group up and scrap around some of these objectives for return to the middle sticks, and for lit you have a team that is more, we're gonna farm and split. Specifically, like the Gaston and Corki even can do kind of a semi-semblance of a Teemo Tryndamere and just exist in side lanes for a while. But if they do get strong enough, can take team fights, I guess.
I think the odd thing about this is we've sort of gone a little bit more moderate on each side, right? Like Return to the Middle Six's comp this time around is definitely, if not, or arguably, if not definitely, worse at team fighting than the previous one. And on the flip side, given the existence of opportunities like Package or Kassadin just having more AOE and roughly the same level of chase down as Tryndamere, slightly better at team fighting than the previous comp was. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe they don't dominate lane as hard. Definitely feels like that could be more true.
Yeah, that feels like kind of the advantage for Return to the Middle Sticks is they do have a little bit better lane matchups this time than they did in the last game. But we'll see if they can play to that particular advantage. We've got 2 minutes left. It's a 1-0 lead right now for Lit Club. And yeah, they picked this team comp that we're going to have to watch. These start to feel a little bit like our FAL cast.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I started feeling a little bit bad about that, but like this is the analysis that I'm capable of offering in this moment, so. It would probably be a little bit easier if I knew Lit Cup's players better. Like I could offer analysis on the bans that we're seeing, like the Yon Yasuo, why the brother combo has not been allowed like at all, straight up its first 2 bans each game. I don't know who that's targeted at. I can take guesses, but it doesn't give me as much leeway to talk about the players. So that's part of the reason, in my opinion.
Let's see if we can look it up. I have the technology. We've got minutes to kill.
I saw the character on the 2 dots on the A and Wanderer's name, and that killed my motivation to try. But yeah, it's not like we don't have the technology. I'm just lazy.
Yeah, so luckily there's just a team link inside the last pre-made sheet, so we can go in and see that LGA, 93 games of Yasuo on the year and 12 of Yone. So there's your answer.
All right, well,
Yeah,
that solves the mystery.
Yeah, casual 65% win rate on Yasuo in 93 games.
My man.
And And then his second
Um,
most played is Victor and Yone, both with 12. So
yeah. Interesting that I was so hung up on the name pun that I wasn't gonna type or try to type Wanderer into OPGG. I didn't even think of the pre-made sheet. What kind of sick person has those type of characters in their name, by the way, that doesn't allow you to just type their name into OPGG?
that's true.
I don't know who would do that.
So also interesting is that Wanderer doesn't play top lane particularly much.
Hmm. Maybe that's why he's on Corki this game.
Yeah. Most played is Senna in ranked, followed by Karma and Lila.
Oh, that's an experience.
Notable top laners.
Notable. Hey, I've played
We're,
Senna top.
yeah, we're doing the full scouting. He played
It's good.
Teleport Exhaust Sejuani top lane when they played Flex 3 days ago.
Huge fan of that.
All right. Well, now that we're done looking at an OPGG, we have a game to cast, and I have not transitioned to it yet because reasons. Hold on. This one. There we go. We did it.
Well, there's nothing particularly interesting in the starting items, but it is Blitzcrank, so we're seeing a stack. I'm shocked, and we're also seeing a counter stack from the side of Lit Club. So huge fans of this. They're actually just going to not be in the bot lane when Return to the Middle Sticks walks in.
Yeah.
I make jokes about this a lot in solo queue. Herder, we have a Blitzcrank, let's invade. But actually, just coin flipping level 1 on the world's longest pole, excluding Pudge from Dota, is kinda just a win condition in and of itself, right? As long as you execute on the gold advantage if you get one.
Yeah. Looks like ADHD is going to stick around and steal away a blue buff from Return to the Middle Sticks, so that might be um, a little unfortunate for Gid. We'll see if they're aware of the potential of that. But yeah, this will be very interesting to see how they actually play it out from this situation. Right now, Corki and Ivern just chilling at the blue buff. We'll see if
I mean,
Sprinkles even walks in.
if it's actually just Ivern, right? Like they get found out here, yes, but there's no way he can stop this from happening. Yeah, this should just be the freest 3 buff of ADHD's life. Even if Trundle walks immediately to blue, that's exactly where ADHD should be going to stop the vertical jungling from happening.
Um, yeah, he's gonna go mark his red buff, and then mark his Raptors, and huh. Yeah, Gid's just gonna start on his wolves. Ivern doesn't actually have to take any time clearing jungle camp, so this is going to be very awkward. Yeah, already spotted him out. Did Gid actually see him? He's making no moves to indicate that he saw anything happening. And now the collapse is on. Gid is in a lot of trouble, but he's just going to try to chase down ADHD first. And he'll successfully get out of the jungle. He stole 2 wolves. So big prize for Gid Shade Slayer at the end of that one.
I mean, I kind of get that. I feel like Gid knew and was just planning on taking the fight because they actually pulled Seasoft and Swaddlebill up from that wave, so all
Oh,
things
he's
considered,
going.
this is totally fine. He's just I love this. This is a great decision, actually, by the way. It's so difficult for Ivern to actually secure his camps when stuff like this is happening. This should just be a full topside clear for Gid if ADHD shows here,
Yeah,
and he's going to.
flash forward for the level 1 stun onto Matsuro, and the disengage from Dream is good. Oh, the hook just glancing past Swaddlebill, but they'll exchange flashes on the support is going to be the big result of that, and Gid is going to walk into red buff, and you know, he's going to get 2 buffs. They're both red, but he's going to get them, so that's nice.
Yeah, and I mean, he gets to retreat to his top side and clear back down to bot after this if he wants to, and even throw a Scuttle Crab into the mix here. He should just be wildly ahead if nothing happens to him to prevent the buffs that or the camps that he should have a right to
Yeah,
for the rest of this
Scramble's
clear.
getting aggressive here, getting a little trade done onto Wanderer, but the Foss Bomb will exchange a little bit of that. Poor Flambe trying his best to keep LGA zoned off of the way, but so far not a whole lot happening there in mid either. Pretty even CS across the board, and bottom lane's where we're going to need to look, as Dream has been left alone by Matsuro on his roam, as he's wont to do.
And ADHD will make the discovery that he no longer has any topside camps whatsoever. We see Gid hanging out around the Corki, but I feel like he should just be going to Crab. He has Prio in both lanes. What is he hanging around for?
Yeah, Wanderer doesn't have enough mana for Valkyrie potentially, so he's going to have to flash out. But red buff being applied, a lot of damage coming through. They just don't quite have enough to chunk through. Now ADHD looking for the return. The root collar going to sail just a little bit wide, and everything returns to semi-normalcy.
I mean I like the look. I like the fact that they got the flash off of Wanderer. That's really nice. But if you want to like really pull ahead of the Ivern and get Trundle rolling early, I feel like contesting at the Crab and forcing ADHD off, and then just clearing out the rest of your camps for a straight up like 2 to 3 camp lead is just better.
Yeah, he'll get the camp lead, but at the cost of being double scuttled, which means that the overall gold count's going to be roughly even. Once Gid actually clears his camps, which he isn't, he's going to look potentially for a dive onto Wanderer, which feels a little bit risky at this point. But now ADHD looking for the gank in bottom lane. Swaddle Bill going to lock up Dream and get both of the summoners, but the hook lands onto the Leona. A lot of damage coming through. He just walked back in to tank another turret shot and ignite Dream and falls for first blood to the Seraphine.
That seems like just a mechanical misplay. Like you have the
Um,
seed shield.
Wanderer?
Um,
I guess he's fine.
yeah,
He
I
was
mean
waiting for enough
yeah,
mana for
he's got the
Valkyrie.
Valk.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he didn't level up there, I don't think he gets enough mana for Valk. It's probably just a kill, right?
Yeah, I was just curious because he walked forward initially, like toward Gid, like he was gonna run down the river, rather than just walking around the pillar. Gid is returning to these raptors. These are leveled raptors now, so they actually do a billion damage for no particular reason. Gid hasn't backed yet to get any stats. Meanwhile, ADHD hanging around mid lane, maybe looking for a gank, but not going to commit to it just yet. Now, getting a little better angle. Poro Flambe is very pushed up, and level 6 is up. He dodges the root collar, but slow from the E. The
They should know that Poro Flambe only has mana for Shockwave here, and that's without moving ball. So they might look for the Reef gank here, but Matsuro's hanging out, and they're not gonna go for anything. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird scenario. Now Swaddle Bill is making his trip around to mid lane as Ivern crosses on the Blast Cone, which is way more interesting than whatever's happening up here in top lane. Um, yeah, and actually the crab gonna get interrupted, but ooh, yeah, I think you have to interrupt Ivern in that situation, not the
Yeah,
crab,
you
right?
do.
Yeah.
CCing the crab does not matter. If you do pillar Ivern there, you stop that from happening. But I mean, I say that it doesn't matter. We're looking at a scenario where Ivern has received 3 to 0 of the early crabs in the game.
Yeah, and Gid hasn't actually full cleared his jungle, so um, this Krug camp that he's about to start on has not been leveled. Neither has his wolves, I believe. And
You just discount Krugs here, by the way. Like you talk to any high tier jungle player, Krugs
oh,
is literally a death trap.
Swaddlebill walked back in for the dodge, and Matsuro predicts it for the hook. That was actually pretty nasty. But they'll just get the flash out of Swaddlebill and the heal out of Seesoft.
Yeah, Krugs in this scenario are a bait. You've let it go too long. Like, you can take Krugs if it's still your first clear, and you're actually, like, 6 camping your jungle. But after that, basically you never return to Krugs unless you do them... You're one of, like, 3 or 4 champs that do them so quickly that you don't actually lose out. And I think, like, that's pretty much just Shyvana and a couple others. Udyr.
Yeah,
It's a very short and very weird list. I think Hecarim might also be on it, but now I'm not so sure. They kind of lowered the base damage on his Q.
yeah. Gid walks in, spots out the Ivern and the ward, takes the blast cone away, and we're gonna maybe maybe have the engagement. Oh, the hook onto Seesoff into the pillar, but he's got flash and net back away. So Matsuro still Deadeye with those hooks, but just hasn't been able to result in a whole lot down in the bottom lane. It's still 1-0 in kills. Only a 400 gold lead, even 300 potentially for ROTM. The big worries, of course, are just the CS disparity in the jungle and the one in bottom lane right now.
More specifically, the one in bottom lane. Gid at this time on the same matchup is actually staying within a camp and like one extra couple, 2 minions or so. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing the exact same Caitlyn into Seraphine experience as we did last time. Seasoft just staying at least 3 to 4 waves ahead most of the time,
Yep,
even pre 10
Matsuro
minutes.
looking for the gank, flashes in. Oh! Alright,
I don't know
LGA.
if you.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, no, no, yeah, you're good. I really don't know if LGA has to flash that. Like, I don't think Poro Flambe can actually kill him in one full rotation, and
Yeah, Scrambles is going to go ahead and pull
there
in.
it
He's
is.
got the ultimate immediately. They'll chain that into the Fear, into the Pillar. The Valk over the wall, though, from Wanderer is going to be enough to get him out to safety. So the pick in the top lane for ROTM keeps the gold count relatively even, which is not exactly the words you want to hear right now, but they're hanging in right now in game number 2 and a 2-0 lead for them. I really like the uh, swiftness boots for scrambles so that he can try to actually fight Wanderer at certain points. That's a nice little adaptation. Matsuro's on a ward right now. He doesn't know that he's on a ward, but that's a little unfortunate. Now he knows that he's on a ward.
Yeah, he was told in the form of 80 damage that he was on a ward. I really like the look onto ADHD there, but I feel like the flash pillar from Gid, knowing Valk is still up, is probably a mistake. I don't think it's going to end up punishing them too heavily in this game, but you know, it's the small stuff that ends up mattering usually.
Yep. Dream even walking back to bottom lane now. Still a lot of CS between him and Seesoff. Almost 30 already. The Caitlyn just continuing to stack up and get to that same strong point that we saw in last game. It's always a threat when one team has the ranged character that shoots bullets and the other one does not.
Yeah, it's always something you've got to consider, and I don't really know who are you relying on in this game to actually kill Caitlyn? Like, you don't have the Kiana not that it worked last time, the Kiana assassination attempts, but I don't like you're hoping to catch Seasoff with Net Flash and Gale Force to deal with in like Shockwave or Seraphine ult, I'm guessing.
It's the
It seems
Blitzcrank
like a
hook.
tough ask. Yeah, you've also got Blitzcrank Hook. I did kind of forget about that, but even if you do, there's
No,
not.
it's gonna be hard to hit him. He's got 3 dashes. Like,
It's also not like a super guarantee that maybe he's gonna go like Shield Bow here, and then it's no, he's
oh,
not. That doesn't build a Shield Bow.
yeah,
I'm just a little
Matsuro's.
bit worried about the upfront damage output, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that was an exchange that happened in mid lane. Meanwhile, Dream and Seesoft still ISO down here in the bottom lane. Not as ISO though, because Swaddle Bill's still hanging around. Neither team has really looked at this dragon yet. Now ROTM may be going to be the first team to pay attention to it. Gid has Rift Herald was the first objective that fell this game, so that's a thing that happened.
Mm, that's a bit concerning. I just noticed that there's a Bandle Glass Mirror on Dream in a game where you've identified. Sorry, in a game where I've identified that damage output in team fights might be an issue for them. I don't feel like you go Bandle Glass. You obviously don't want to double up on Leandries, but I feel like it's totally fine for Poro Flambe to build Everfrost here and be a little bit more utility based because Seraphine can actually put out a decent amount of damage, and Ludens is also totally fine.
Yeah, I think Luden's either way really. Like
Also
Luden's on
fair.
Orianna or Luden's on the Seraphine seems fine. But yeah, not what we're gonna see this game. It'll be the Moonstone Renewer, probably. I guess still
I
the
don't
off
think there's
chance he
any
goes
way
Imperial.
it's. Yeah, I don't think there's any way it's not Moonstone. And like Shirelia's isn't an item anymore, so
This
is
game's kind of
spectate like very slightly stuttering for you at certain
yeah.
points? Okay, maybe. Okay, I'm just glad it's not just me.
Yeah, these games feel a little sluggish, especially after the Masters games last night. It's not a fair comparison by any means. Oh no. All right.
Uh, that's not recorded for posterity or anything, by the way.
And then, all right. So poor Flambe went Ludens anyway, right?
Right, like, it's fine. I've already made the analysis point. I don't need to continue
Yeah.
harping on it. I just feel like you're losing to Boris. You're not losing to Boris in like a matchup dependent sort of way. Like there's not a specifically huge need for burn damage. There aren't any health tanks on the enemy team that you want Ludens for. I just really don't feel that like Moonstone is the play here. It
Okay.
doesn't end up saving you more times than more
Oh,
damage
what is
would.
that hook? Matsuro? Excuse
Um,
me.
sir, they get him right off of that. Okay, thank the Lord,
I think
because
he
if
might be
that
very
didn't result in a kill,
slightly behind now, but holy shit, that hook by Matsuro. I'm at 15-11, 15-12, 15-13.
I am 1 second behind.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
I'll hit plus just to make sure we sync up again. Hopefully nothing happens. Oh, I'm really behind apparently. We're zooming.
Oh yeah, no, that's huh. All right, well, cool. We've skipped a little bit of the boring nonsense, and we're now up to a live game. I'm at 15:48.
9:51.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Sick. We did it.
And we're looking at a scenario in which the second herald is about to spawn, and it's probably not super. Oh, I was wrong in both of my guesses, by the way. Seasoft has Kraken Slayer for no particular reason.
True. Poro's in a lot of trouble though as LGA gets on him. Oh, the sombrero just dodged out Swaddlebill, and LGA more scared of scrambles than they were of anything else, and now not going to be able to get onto him. In comes the Valkyrie looking for the dive in bottom lane, and the Foss Bomb is there. Scramble's not quite able to connect with his ultimate either, but Gid just starting to beat on Swaddlebill, and the split focus not paying off for ROTM, but they still might be able to catch a Corki at the end of this one as Matsuro zooms on in, and Gid will chomp him. Oh, he didn't hit the hook, but it doesn't matter. The Aftershock proc actually takes him down. Scrambles still looking for a little bit more. Has no ability really to get on LGA, though, and the Rift Step is enough to get him out.
Yeah. A couple really unfortunate shockwaves in a row there for Poro Flambe. The first one a miss, the second one dodged out of as they realized that Corky Package is going to secure it under the tower and there's no need to continue the dive. But that does leave them on low enough health bars that this tower is definitely going to go the way of Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, that'll be their second tower of the game, and the tower's really keeping them in it so far, as they'll take about 1,000 gold lead now off of the back of those two towers. And Dragon spawning here in 40 seconds. They're still looking for it. Oh, Matsuro, not completely blind hook, but hoping a little bit on the dodge into it, and not quite able to find home. He's been deadly with those hooks, though. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on most of them.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean the Blitzcrank pick has been paying dividends. And if Matsuro keeps up this performance, then maybe without the Gale Force, it is going to be easier than I expected it to be
Oh,
to pick up Seasoth.
yeah, that
The
champion.
Kassadin experience.
Yeah, that champion has a couple of hops in his kit, and now Lit gonna go ahead and open up on the Rift Herald. Wanderer still working his way through this top lane tower, but that is gonna see the Dragon over to return to the middle stage. So directly trading objectives across the map right now.
And we are going to see another chance for an Infernal Soul, and it is. I was right. Okay, I was a little early on that analysis point, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Wanderer able to pick up tower up on the top side and actually give Lit Club the gold lead for the time being. Matsuro even able to bully ADHD off of the blue buff. That's pretty remarkable at this point. as Poro Flambe will be able to secure that one, and we continue scaling. If your Kassadin timer is at 12 out of 16, keep an eye on that one.
Your Corky timer is at 1 out of 4 items. I think it's a 3-item timer, honestly.
Yeah, the shield bow not a particularly threatening item, but Corky does do some damage at a certain
No,
point.
the shield bow's the insurance item. It's once you get the Muramana and the LDR that you really start seeing some BS damage out of that character for what it is.
Gid continuing to fall a little bit further behind in CS. That's 40 now. He's behind the high rank, which is a concern. You'd assume he's headed for Sterix next, yeah?
Almost assuredly. That particular 2-item front staple for bruisers has been like the entire season, and Riot keeps talking about build diversity. CAC W.
What do you think Seesoft... Oh, that's a nasty hook. Alright.
I feel like the Gid knows that Pillar doesn't do damage, right?
Yeah.
I've seen this man flash Pillar
Right.
in scenarios where there's no way to
This
get
is
a kill.
potentially more interesting. Scramble's looking for the 1v2. Gonna get daisied on, unfortunately, by ADHD, and he'll get popped up underneath the tower, potentially. But it looks like he's escaped the gank for the time being, but that is going to be the drop of the Rift Herald. And ROTM trying to answer in mid lane right now with Gid, Dream, and Matsuro. They'll get the pillar down onto Seesoft, the slow. The charm actually goes through Gid and connects. I don't think he was counting on it, but they get the kill anyway, as Dream Unforgiven is actually doing a remarkable amount of damage for having a Moonstone Renewer as his sole item. And, you know, they're just buffing up Gid, right? Why not? LGA getting hooked in by Matsuro, getting knocked up. Do they actually have the damage to finish off the Kassadin? Doesn't look like it just yet, but Dream staying alive. LGA low. The Q doesn't quite connect, but the auto does from Dream Unforgiven, and they punish LGA for overextending. That Rift Herald got cleaned up in the bottom lane by Scrambles. It got the one charge off, and that is it. And ROTM somehow comes out ahead on that play.
I'm gonna make a point of analysis here on League of Legends and not the game specifically, but I feel like the range indicator and the way that it works for Seraphine's ult is intentionally misleading.
Yeah, it looked like it should have died, but because
Like,
it
I don't know
hit
what
Gid,
ally
it
had
was
actually passed through there.
it
Was
passed
it
through
Gid
Gid.
for sure?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
okay.
it hit Gid like right at the edge of the ult, and you saw Gid like almost back off because he didn't think the ult was gonna hit, and then it hit anyway. Um, I don't understand why it extends that far off of a single ally hit, but you know.
I don't, like, I say intentionally misleading not just for the enemies, but for the allies. Like, Gid very clearly gave up on that kill because he didn't think that there was any chance they actually pick up Caitlyn post-flash there, and then just Dream gets the kill from, like, a screen and a half away regardless, so it works out in the end, but I feel like there's some clarity issues with that character, in my opinion.
Oh, Matsuro gets spotted out on the ward, because he probably won't find a cheeky hook as Scrambles is clearing mid lane. Dragon's going to spawn here in 45 seconds, and all of our TM kind of grouped up in this little banana bush area. Matsuro just zooming on in. They have enough CC to lock up Seesoft, and they found the pick right before the dragon spawns.
Hey man, it works. I think Seesoft at this point is probably regretting not going that Gale Force. I really don't know what you're building Kraken for in this game.
The little stutter on the league spectate, like it couldn't decide whether Matsuro hit that hook or not. It was going through all the scenarios, and I guess we came up on a bad one. I think like 50% of the time that one hits, though.
Yeah, something like that, for sure.
Oh, there's another one. Jeez. Well, the pillar's going to be enough. Swaddlebill getting locked up. They should have enough damage to eventually finish him off, even using the subjugate from Gid to make sure. They teleport in Scrambles. They lost another tower on the top side, but they're going to secure this third dragon very comfortably. And it feels like ROTM are very far ahead in this game, just judging by the way that the teams are playing, but they're not.
Yeah, no, they're playing as if they've got, you know, a 5k gold lead. They're really not up that much, but you know, 8-1 in kills, they don't seem to be Lit Club Esports seems to not be finding the same level of trade success that they were, and they're also not really split pushing down quite as heavily as they maybe could have been in the last game with their character selections, but we're still on that timer.
Yeah.
Corki a couple stacks away from Muramana, actually opting for a Sheen item here. I dislike this.
What sheen item? Is that
Essence.
essence? Okay.
It's definitely Essence, and I really think it should be LDR here. Actually, in this particular instance, I feel like it should probably be Executioner's Pit Stop into LDR, or maybe just straight up the Mortal Reminder before you get any pen. But I think Essence is definitely not what
Oh,
you're looking
Wanderer
for.
lacked the critical information. He has to flash the wall as his Valkyrie was interrupted, and Gid's just going to chase him over. Shockwave is only going to pull ADHD in. Gid is going to fall. It's a shutdown going to Wanderer. He's actually got a lot of shields there thanks to ADHD, but he'll eventually fall as the damage finally finds home from ROTM. It's a one-for-one trade and a shutdown going the way of Wanderer, but ROTM continues to put on the pressure.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're Lit Club, the only thing you're really worried about is RTM trying to force Baron, but I don't think you can with Gid being the one who dropped, so they just get more time for LGA to garner up this experience, for Csoft to pick up more farm. I'm really
Oh,
confused as to the concept for... Oh, man. There's the bush. You can't be walking like that if you're a tree. The jungle is no longer your safe haven, my friend.
yeah, you can't be doing a walk into
You've
the...
been evicted from the forest. And that's definitely going to signal the Baron attempt. Now that Gid's back on the map, he's already halfway out to the pit. This should just be theirs. I don't think we're even going to see Lit Club contest it.
I love the Urgot Baron experience. You just walk slowly in circles around it while your knees come up. But
Huge
Gid
fan of that.
should be able to secure this one. Oh, that was a little hashtag dicey on the smite as it leveled up right as they hit it, but the 33 health secure for Poro Flambe. And Baron goes to return to the middle sticks.
Yep, that'll be theirs. And yeah, I mean, this time around, you know, we spent a little bit of time talking about how Rada might be losing to Boris. I think the real Boris victims in this game are Lit Club. I don't know what possessed Csoft to think that Kraken on top of LDR was a necessity in this game. Like, what hyper tank are you shredding, my guy?
Trundle and Urgot.
Eh,
Hyper Tank.
hyper tanks. Both of them stacking so much armor in this game.
True.
Um, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if they can overcome probably what are almost assuredly ineffective items comparatively. I don't claim to know the to the extent that LS does how gold inefficient this is, but ooh, good shockwave.
Uh, what? Maybe I'm just lagging. There's the Shockwave. Pulling in Wanderer and Swaddlebill. I'm very confused about things that are happening in the spectator client, but Gid's just going to assassinate Wanderer underneath the tower, and they'll finish off Swaddlebill as well. I wonder if these stutters are just me falling slowly behind in the spectator client, but Gid's going to look for the dive, and Csoft finishes him off, shreds him with that Kraken Slayer, and Dream steps on a trap and takes half of his health as well. Root's trying to come through, but they're not quite able to find anything. As soon as they disengage, I'm going to hit the plus, and we're going to find out exactly how far behind I was. But for now, I apologize. Yeah, okay. I think we're backing off. Matsuro doesn't want to. Okay, now he is. Okay. Plus sign. Wow, I'm very far behind. That's remarkable.
28, 20, 21,
Yeah.
22. Yeah. Yeah, I'm experiencing this as well, and I at this point now I think whenever I notice it, I'm gonna call for us both to plus up because I ended up ahead of you at some point, and I'm not sure if
Yeah.
we're just
Meanwhile, I was
not
ahead of you the
lagging at the
last
same
time.
level.
Yeah. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hopefully it's just this game. Oh, the hook over the wall. Lands onto LGA. A huge Seraphine ult across 3 as they're trying just to chew through these shields. Now finally finishing off Swaddle Bill. LGA trying to get in, but a huge package back the other way for Wanderer. He'll get finished off by the auto attack support of Flambe. Everybody walking. That's very hard to see that Corki package. But the Seraphine is just keeping him alive. It's a shutdown going to ADHD, but Scrambles is able to pull in a kill on the backside. It's just LGA left alive, and Gid is trying to chase him down. Doesn't look like 6. Oh no, the minions actually finish him off for the ace for Return of the Middle Sticks and Pain and Panic now. Trying to finish off the base. They should have enough time. Swaddle Bill up in 5 seconds, but the inhibitor turret's starting to fall.
Yeah, notably the only real damage up is Wanderer and 18. I think they probably have this one. They've got 4-man strong, and even for good measure, Scramble's gonna tank up the first tower. This is definitely their game.
Yes.
Yeah, it really just it wasn't enough. They didn't get quite enough time. LGA not notably level 16 by the end of it. Wanderer just finished up the Essence Reaver, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, they closed out the game when they needed to, which is the big point for Return of the Middle Sticks here.
Yeah. Series tied at 1. We'll head to game number 3. You won't want to miss the rest of the series, as apparently we're just going to slug it back and forth. But best of 3 before us. We'll be right back. Have you received an invite to the video game? Because I have not.
I have returned. Apologies for the delay.
Welcome back. Do you have any?
Oh wait, you're not in the lobby.
Yeah, no one loves me.
You, does Dream not have you on his friends list? Like,
He does. So.
interesting.
Oh, actually, he doesn't. Never mind. He unfriended me. Sad.
Weirdo.
I'm getting a phone call. Answer it. Yeah. Okay. My wife's trying to troubleshoot a phone at the same time. And somehow that involves me
Huge.
getting a phone call. Not really sure. But... Is there a draft link that I missed or not?
Not that I can tell, but I got into the lobby basically when you did,
Okay.
so I couldn't tell. Good lord, why in God's name is Scrambles level 708?
He does play the video game occasionally.
In fact, he do be. It's 427 wins on this season.
He's probably just
Okay, there's the draft link.
He's probably just elo sitting though, right?
For sure. And they're drafting.
Remarkable.
Truly it is.
Welcome back. Game number 3 of the LAS semifinals. Return of the Middle Sticks evened up the series at 1 game apiece, so we got a best of 3 on the books now. And these are very similar. They're not very similar bands, actually. Seraphine is gone now, so Dream will have to play something other than Seraphine this game.
That feels like a fair response, all things considered. Also, apparently, this is just like, these are the sides. Imagine changing an overlay at any point in this video game.
Luckily, I've forgotten how already, so...
Nice, nice. They're
solid.
gonna stick with the trundle. Now, at this point, both teams have made exactly 1 draft adaptation in total. So, you know, I can appreciate the level of consistency. It does lower the amount of things that I get to talk about, but I can live with that. Hey, there's a cat on my screen. Alright,
we got rid of
I'ma head out.
just to get the Yumi. Oh,
It's Yumi Hecarim!
Yumi Hecarim! Woo!
Ooh, Ding 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 ding. On my list of LAS pre-made comps that you can slot into anything bingo card, hey, it's Yumi Hacker.
Yeah, that is going to open up Dreams MF though, which has been banned from him every game. So should be pretty happy to see that one secured.
That is definitely happening, and I'm wondering, if we get to see finally the support Trundle, or if we're gonna keep tossing it into the jungle and we give something else over to Matsuro here. There are a lot of good options with Misfortune. Notably, like, Rel could be really fun if we wanted to take a more hands-on approach. Of course, you could always just lock the Leona. That seems fair, I suppose. I don't really know what else I expected.
Yeah, I seemed a little shaky early on for Poro Flambe, but he started to feel a little bit more comfortable as it went on. But the Irelia going to be the lock-in for LGA, probably.
Most likely. That this matchup feels pretty horrible, actually, if you're Poro Flambe, so...
Yeah, and then notably the Blitzcrank is gone. Still have that Trundle Flex on the table. We've seen Gid play it both games, but we've seen Matsuro play it several times throughout the year to pretty good effect even. So we'll see where this draft takes us. So far, nothing too weird, which is notable.
I just feel like between the three champions versus the three champions, like Club just has a massive advantage here. Like Yumi, Hecarim, Aurelia really does not care at all about Misfortune ult or like Orianna setup. It's almost exactly the three that you would want into this type of team fight comp that Rodham is looking for. Just steamroll over the top of the fight, and then you don't have to worry about getting caught in all of the damage.
Yeah.
Put some good AP top lane bans into this comp, and Lit Club don't seem to care a whole lot about AP damage, because that's Draven. So we're getting Draven Yumi.
Yeah, I don't.
Huge fan.
Is Draven Yumi a thing? Is that a playable combo with the cat?
It's fine. I think there are way better options, like Lucian Yumi is on the table here. Even like some of the more obscure like solo queue picks, if you have a Twitch player, that's totally fine. Ezreal is still good, Aphelios is probably still fine. There's so many options that don't have a mustache or 450 range.
Yeah, Set is going to be the pick, and there's the Warwick. So Trundle going to the support role for game number 3, and we'll see Gid jumping onto his patented Warwick pick, and Scramble's returning to Set for game number 3.
So you want AP damage, and I didn't even get to finish my line. I was gonna say, you want AP damage, you see Scramble's back on Set, what stops you from picking Teemo here? And the answer is nothing. But I didn't get to say that whole line before Teemo got locked in on my screen again. So not only do we have a cat in my game, we also have the world's most annoying badger. So that's cool.
Well,
I really wish we could show lobby chat on stream.
yeah, Scrambles used the command, but it Scrambles wonders why. 3 dots, and then an unhappy face. So, summing up Lit Esports draft as only he can.
I think that might be very specifically directed at playing this Teemo matchup again. But yes, it that's pretty beautiful, all things considered. And hopefully we get through this champ select process quickly.
Yeah, it looked like we waited to jump the Lit Club coach into the lobby. and now he's in here. So I would think that we would start the game,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't necessarily mean that we will.
Nope. It sure doesn't.
Yeah, I want to save my actual like scraps of analysis for when we're drafting again, because we still have like, 7-8 minutes to fill there. But
Mm-hmm.
um,
Sure do.
it's gonna be a long night. We're already cresting 2 hours. Um, we're apparently waiting on the bowel movements of the Lit Club mid laner.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but thank God you did.
Yeah, that's a thing that's apparently happening. Now they're ready, so we could presumably hit the ready button and then draft this
Huge.
for a second time. So do you think that Rodham looks at swapping their solo lanes? Do you want Orianna into Teemo and Set into Irelia?
I I think it's worth a consideration at the very least. Because like you can't count on Set getting donated 3 kills over to his lane to make this like a semi-bearable experience, right? If he doesn't get that in game number 1, the Teemo lane just looks so much more dominant. Also, I'd really love to see Wanderer not build Riftmaker Nashers this game. I just feel like it's so inefficient in in terms of what Teemo is actually capable of doing to a team comp if you just build the AP normally.
I don't think he even needs Ninja Tabby. Like, give me some Sword Shoes. You can go Ionian Boots if you really want to. That feels fun.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
I don't know. Hopefully it's a bit more of an exciting build. I am very curious now, Seesoff, with Caitlyn available, has chosen to play the Draven.
Yeah, this feels like one of the adaptations in draft that I have a question mark around. Like you get yourself, yeah, maybe you just feel like you can't play Caitlyn safely when you expect Yumi to be on Hecarim and Aurelia to be diving. Like who's actually gonna peel? You feel like you just need to go in with him and rely on ridiculous amounts of healing per auto to live or something like that.
Yeah,
I could see that, but if you're I'm still left wondering why Draven. Maybe you don't play stuff like Kaisa would make sense here if you were looking to dive with your team. Maybe a Vayne if you're leaning a little heavier into the late game.
yeah, it just feels like it makes their comp more binary. And if they get behind, they have no wave clear. Like, it's Teemo mushrooms, but then your Teemo's grouped, so why did you pick Teemo?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it's really difficult to actually manage waves properly here. Because like you compare their wave clear to what Return of the Middlesticks is capable of, not just including the Orianna, but also with stuff like Misfortune and Double Up. Notably, like Set actually has pretty nuts wave clear in the mid game because you can just E and Gore Drinker, and if your farm is up where it should be and you get Gore Drinker early enough, that just kills the backline of the wave.
Yeah. It's interesting. This is about as team fighting a comp as you'll get out of Pain and Panic. You have Warwick kind of as the pseudo ball delivery system for your Orianna. You have the MF for some more AoE damage. You don't have that big AoE lockup. It's just the set to try to set everything up and then the pillar to keep them there. But like you have almost a traditional wombo combo comp and a relatively easy to execute one at that from Return of the Middlesticks. And for Lit, they're kind of doing what they've done the first 2 games. They've got strong lanes and they can split push, But this time you got the Hecker mute me, I guess. Excuse me.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit. It is a little bit concerning to just be anyone on Pain and Panic trying to answer the split push when you have stuff like Hecker and Yumi going on that can just wrap on you really, really easily. It makes those side lanes matchups a little more dangerous, and maybe that's how they're going to control the waves. Just the threat that you can't ever push side lanes out. Sounds a little too theoretical to actually be applicable in this game, but it's not impossible.
Yeah. Apologies to your viewers as we've started to hit the tired stage. Normally you'd be looking to like wrap things up, go to bed around this time, but we still have at least one more game after this one, so.
At a minimum of one more game after this one.
But it's the big best of 5. I'll take a peek in. Let's see how the other one is going. I can throw up again the stakes here. Here's the bracket. Winner's going to take on the winner of NSG Infinity and the Sheep Herd, aka Chimeras.
NSG Infinity is up 1-0 in their series, and it's a really, really close game 2 so far, locked at 30 minutes. Basically 1.5k the advantage for Chimeras, but they're down a dragon. Soul Point and SGI.
Yeah, so game number
Yeah,
2
so they're
heating up over on the Legends stream. I guess
they're
they
looking to
started
go about as long as us.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah, they started 30 minutes after our series did.
Well, we got a minute left here in our countdown. How are you guys feeling out in the chat? Are there enough of you to actually make a prediction worthwhile? That's what I really want to know. If you want a prediction, say something in the chat. If you don't want a prediction, don't say anything. So, we'll
if you aren't here, raise your hand.
True. That would also require you to have your sound on, which I don't know how many people just have the stream open with the sound off, but it's probably a couple.
It's at minimum an amount.
Well, looks like no one's super hyped for predictions, so we'll go ahead and not do those for the time being.
Seems reasonable.
I have a feeling like the chat popping up like attracts people back to it every once in a while, but yeah. Apparently we'll get more VIP slots if we can ever get 15 people talking at the same time in the chat. Only manage 13. I think that's the number. It might be more than that though.
Huh.
I don't remember. There were a couple that we were like very close to hitting in order to get more VIP slots, which I don't think particularly matter in any circumstance, but like, oh, it's 20 people, and we've had 19 before.
Oh, nice.
And then we also need 50 viewers at some point, and we've had 46, so we're pretty close to those. But if we ever hit one of those, we get more VIP slots.
Very cool.
I don't know what it means by talking at the same time, because I feel like we've definitely had that amount of people, like, say something during the cast, but...
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm assuming that it means like in a specific time frame that it has.
I think it's
programmed in.
gotta have an internal timer somewhere. Maybe the internal timer is like the same timer as Hype Train, or something like that. 5 minutes.
Oh, that'd be a lot.
That'd be
of
pretty.
people to talk
Yeah.
At the same time.
Individual people, yeah, that'd be difficult. I'm gonna plus up and make sure that I'm live.
Yeah, I'm at 19 and 20.
I have since at this point abandoned like the concept of talking about who's on what side because we haven't had a side swap yet in this series, so
Yeah, I like introducing for game number 1, but then we kind of settle in to the series as we go. I don't know if that's the correct. I don't know if people really like the introductions or something, but
I wonder if I mean, it's probably still the general standard, but I feel like with with the type of comp they're trying to play, maybe Hail of Blades is an a substandard choice for Draven. Probably better in lane though, but are you looking for lane aggression with Yuumi Draven?
Yeah. Would you rather like a fleet just to survive or a conqueror? Like, what are you
I think
feeling?
I think Conqueror makes sense. I think there's a world actually where you can get away with playing Dark Harvest.
Okay.
That I've seen Dark Harvest Draven perform really well with the current build that he goes, assuming that the build that I am thinking of is still the accepted one.
Yeah. I'm very curious what Dream's gonna go for. We've seen him do some pretty wild MF builds. I'm hoping it looks like he's up to date more than at least he was. He's got the Comet, so I'm hoping
Hmm.
that we see. This feels like, what do you think? Like Eclipse into lethality, probably.
I think I think you could definitely make an argument against this team specifically of like Eclipse into Yomu's, maybe even looking at an Edge of Night potentially. Uh, Collector at some point potentially.
Yeah, I think it's the heavier lethality lean rather than the heavier crit lean, but we'll see where Dream wants to go. He's
Or we just end up with like a solid lethality second item and go Serelda's. I wouldn't have any complaints about
yeah.
Serelda's.
Metsuro hit level 2. They're going in, gets exhausted. Just getting the trades down, and I hate this stuttering. I don't know if that's like just because we're so far forward or something. It's really
You,
bothering me. Anyway, our team
yeah.
has swapped the way that we kind of mentioned, so I'll take credit for that. And Scrambles is mid lane now fighting LGA, while Poro Flambe's up in the top lane against Wanderer.
I think that's the right call. Also, I think it might be worth you fast forwarding a little bit.
Oh, well, they're just going to trade. I shouldn't have done it right then, but trade kills in the bottom lane as it's the Yuumi and the MF picking up the kills, but it's First Blood going to Swaddle Bill on the cat.
That feels. I mean, the first blood is nice, yes, but it feels really bad if you're Seesoft in that scenario.
Yeah, luckily didn't lose too many stacks, but now ADHD looking in the bottom lane to kick in Dream, but he's still got the flash available, so he'll get out to safety. And, um, it is the exchange of summoner spells. It's the ghost for the flash. Now, every time I see it stutter, I'm just like, oh, I'm behind again.
I think we're stuttering at the same time too because I had it there, so maybe it's just the bug for the patch. I'm just gonna periodically hit plus and try and stay as live as possible.
Yeah, we'll just, if there's nothing happening, just spam our plus sign.
Hmm.
So you might notice people accelerating weirdly. That's just going to happen this game, apparently. Scrambles has found LGA, and they're going to get that kill in the mid lane. That was a 3-man stack as opposed to the 2-man stack for um, Lit Club, and now Wanderer's just going to give it to Poro Flambe up in the top lane, as you would kind of expect to happen. So 2-1 early on, Return to the Middle Sticks finding another positive play, and now Gid hanging around on the top side. I don't think he's been spotted out just yet, and now he's finally going to get seen on a ward, and that's going to mean the Wanderer will back off for the time being.
One adaptation that I didn't notice that I
Oh,
really hate is Fleet for Teemo. I really feel like that's unnecessary in either of these solo lane matchups. Like even if you expect to get poked out by the Orianna swap matchup, I just feel like there's never a reason that you should require that much sustain on Teemo.
yeah, Seesoft going to spot Matsuro and make him walk the long way around the embankment here in the bottom lane, as he'll walk back in to help support his friend Dream Unforgiven down here.
Love that word. Embankment.
Yeah, it's
It's
a nice
top
word.
tier vocabulary.
Sometimes you have to show off as the play-by-play. You have to spice it up, get those spicy adjectives. That could have been a SpongeBob reference, but I can't think of how to actually segue it. Anyway.
I mean, you got farther than me. I was looking for a segue and I didn't have like a material reference, so
Yeah. Um,
ew.
the guy that made the Segway, apparently like was on his Segway and then just took it off a cliff. That's how he died.
That feels like it has the same energy as the dude who founded Match.com losing his wife to some or his wife or his girlfriend to someone she met on Match.com.
Yeah.
Wow, we really are
Sometimes,
on game 3 territory.
yeah, sometimes life is ironic, I guess. Well, game 3, and we know there's going to be a game 4. I think regular game 3, there's a little hype left, but it starts to drag off, and even for the players, like it starts to get pretty tiring around this point. But Dragon gonna get started off by ADHD as Scrambles has roamed up to the top side, and it's gonna make a contest kind of difficult for ROTM, but still looks like they want to, as Metsuro and Dream at least walking forward, gonna hit the cat with a Magic Comet, and she'll zip on in. That pillar is the only interrupt that they really have to stop Yumi from getting back into the Draven, but now the 2v2 just escalating as Gid is here, flashes forward, gets the fear, and they'll be able to eventually take down Seesoft as Matsuro just gonna make sure to secure that kill before anything bad happens, and probably rightfully so. I think that last axe might have come down and executed him. You get the heal potentially from Triumph if he has it, which I don't know why you wouldn't, because that just like doubles down on your Draven mechanics, so it gets a little dicey at that point, but
Yeah.
yeah, another kill in the bottom lane for ROTM, and
Oh, haha. Interestingly enough, there actually isn't a precision tree at all. Oh, this is
well,
happening.
ADHD getting dove, and Matsuro's tanking up the tower. Gid trying to get onto him, so is Dream. They have to be very careful about how they manage it, and Dream will get the kill. Actually doesn't take a tower shot, remarkably, so they trade back 1-for-1 as Matsuro kind of just dies to the tower. Scramble's getting pretty good trades here in the mid lane. This swap seems like it's working out pretty well for ROTM this far.
So, if you haven't already checked, I'll give you a guess on what the secondary runes are for Seesoft,
Uh,
noting now that it's not precision.
does he have like bone plating and something?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, sir. It's Absolute Focus Gathering Storm.
What? All
Oh,
right.
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a set of choices.
That's interesting.
You really can't do that as Gid, by the way. That's that's
Yeah,
about half your health.
yeah, Gid's just gonna try to walk in there. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Scrambles has to use his ult kind of defensively to get away from ADHD, and will return about 249 true damage, approximately, back into the horse, and everything continues as it was. Now,
Hey,
man,
man,
that's
that doesn't
super
feel very approximate.
Wanderer just fleet footwork plus the bone plating. He probably has God, I don't actually know how to look up secondary runes outside of a PGG.
I
So
mean, at this point, if you've got Fleet plus the Bone Plating and you're gonna go Riftmaker Nashers,
you get the healing one.
we're just
Yeah.
playing Bruiser Teemo Top is the name of the video game this evening.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frost Mallet not an item for him anymore. They're trying to bait Seesoft in. They're going to get the slow into the Infinite Duress, and he is infinitely duressed, as it turns out. And Dream is now on a killing spree, 3-0-1. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Poro Flambe looking for a solo kill on Wanderer, getting a couple of autos down. Does he have the damage to finish it off? He does with the auto attack, and now ADHD will be able to trade that one back, unfortunately. He's got exactly 0 places to run, and he'll fall. But solo kill for Poro Flambe. A rare
Yeah,
solo kill in this series, actually. So, shout out to Poro Flambe for making that happen for me.
yeah, we don't get that many of those, all things considered, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, and they're even going to spot ADHD doing this Rift Herald. Still got 3,000 health, so the pillar coming in, he's got no flash, so he's got to run the long way around it. Gets the heal back from the smite, and he'll be able to zip out with the uh, devastating charge. I had to think of the name of that ability for a second. Teleport expended by poor Flambe to return to the top lane, and the Rift Herald going to go into the pocket of Gid. So far, so good. Pain and Panic up, 1,000 gold, a dragon, and they have a Rift Herald.
Yeah. Early game's proceeding as expected for them, and we're actually just gonna see Dream go straight into the Yomus. No mythic up for him yet. You know, when in Rome and 3 kills up, you do what you want.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I'll allow it this game. It gives him a much earlier spike to try to play around, and being up Yomu's to longsword, longsword Vamp Scepter feels pretty good. As Scrambles and Matsuro are going to get spotted out on the Warb. I like how active Scrambles and Matsuro have been so far in this game. It feels like they're really making a lot happen, just roaming lane to lane.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Even a teleport up to maybe look
Oh,
for the kill on Wanderer there, knowing that his flash is down. I really love the proactivity.
yeah. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're going to chomp into Seasoft. They know that he doesn't have the Flash Summoner spell, so they'll take a big chunk out of him at the bullet time. Maybe not the best usage of that ultimate, but should at least make them invest a couple of resources to try to keep him healed up.
Yeah, so far it feels like, there's a lot of forced biding of time.
Oh, ult over the wall. They're looking for Matsuro, trying to turn onto him the final chapter read to him. Matsuro really doesn't have anywhere to go, so he'll eventually fall. ADHD stole it from his Draven! Why? Alright, well, the flash forward, he's looking for Dream, and this is what happens! He immediately gets shut down by Dream, and now the turnaround is Gid looking for ADHD. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Poro Flambe just is shoving. He hit a mushroom. That's why we're watching that. Man just straight stole a kill from his Draven, and then watched him die to
That's
the
yeah.
tower. Like
That's so horrible.
that's straight
Like,
griefing. Like normally I try not to call people out, but like that's reportable almost.
right, I
Um,
mean, you lose the adoration stacks on top of it. Like, that's so much gold that Seasoft just lost, and he's 0 and 4 right now. You really not even looking at him as a win condition at this point.
oh, um,
I'm gonna take the opportunity to fast forward, by the way, now
yeah,
that we've got a little bit of a lull. Also, I'd love to see LGA, like, start doing something. Like, yeah, he's 40 farm up, but this Aurelia has so far had 0 game impact at 13 minutes. Kind of due to the fact that Scrambles just keeps roaming, but he hasn't even pushed up enough to hit, like, a plate off of mid while all of this roam nonsense is happening. Yuumi has officially abandoned bot lane, by the way, when the tower went down, sitting on top of ADHD, presumably for the near future.
yeah. I always love the pressure that comes from having the Yuumi on top of you. Uh, Always feels like you have to make a play immediately, and we're going to see that up in the top lane. He's going to get spotted on the ward. Ooh, Poro Flambe still continuing to go in for this trade, and now probably going to regret that as there's 3 people in his lane. Hits the shockwave to try to pull HD back, and has the flash. He'll be able to successfully evade the gank, so well done Poro Flambe using his resources well, and now in the mid lane, the siege begins. Oh, the infinite duress. The stand aside from Seasoft was actually so good, but they're still going to dive. The tier 2 not going to stop return of the middle sticks, and Gid picks up the kill. Matsuro tanking up the extra tower shot for his buddy, but in comes the collapse from the rest of Lit Esports. They're coming in with the final chapter plus the Hecarim ultimate. This is a huge amount of damage. LGA gets 1 shutdown, gets 2, and Scrambles trying to fight his way out, but the double kill for Irelia into the triple kill for Irelia, and that might have been the play that Lit needed.
I was asking for LGA to do something, and they did something. I would even expect LGA to maybe look for this. He has the yeah, he huh?
Oh, all right.
That was such a free kill. Okay. No, I mean,
Well,
gift horse mouth, I suppose, but
it's getting less and less free the more tower shots he takes, which has been 4 now. For those keeping track at home, but dragon spawning, and that might be the signal for Lit Club to go ahead and start it up. ROTM just cannot fall victim to that particular combo. The Onslaught of Shadows plus the final chapter is pretty strong, as it turns out. So they'll need to watch out for that in the future. Make it rain over the wall as in comes Gid with the Blast Cone, and everybody grouping up for ROTM. Poro Flambe, the sole person up on the top side of the map, but doesn't matter. ROTM going to secure the dragon anyway as they're able to bully Lit Club off of it.
alright. I'm officially very far ahead of you.
I actually cannot speed up anymore for some reason. 20,
Huh.
21, 22.
That is odd. I'm at 35, 36.
Um, It
I
shows that I have it. Let me just click the speed up button. That's weird. Okay. Um, I didn't want to have to use the manual command, but my plus sign isn't doing anything. So yeah, I'm speeding up now.
interesting. That's weird.
All right.
Yeah, Riot Client and their very well run spectate functionality
Yeah, they really do
causing a
maintenance on it,
momentary delay in this cast, but you know.
and they really do maintenance on it every patch because there's always new bugs for sure. Um, yeah, we're starting to finish up some of those mythic items. Do you like the Trinity Force for ADHD? That seems like an interesting choice.
I kind of get it, but I also kind of feel like if you're gonna lean into that type of build for Hecarim, Divine is just better.
Oh,
I'm
Simic.
also a huge fan of the fact that we have 5 men taking Herald at 16 minutes. Like, Herald priority for Pain and Panic has been kind of nuts this series.
Yeah,
I think they've missed one of them.
yeah, they missed one, but I think they exchanged it for a dragon, right? In game two.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Seesoft. Oh my god. That's so much damage, and now this Goon Squad is just here. They'll take him down underneath the tower. Another kill going the way of Dream Unforgiven, and the Pony Cat combo hanging around the side. Not going to be able to find a whole lot, but Sheila continuing kind of unbothered. Going to crash into the second tower, and that's 2 towers off the map now for ROTM. They've got about 1,000 gold lead, which is maybe a little less than you'd expect given the run of play, but it feels like the feel of the game is like they're very far ahead. What is actually transpiring is that it's relatively even, but um,
They are relatively even, but the way in which LGA specifically and Lit Club in general have decided to play the game is that they aren't flexing their one like massive advantage. Like nobody's going to challenge LGA in the side lane because they can't. So instead, the adaptation from Return to the Middlesticks is to just pressure everywhere on the map that does not include the 3 and 1 170 farm Aurelia, which is entirely reasonable in my opinion.
yeah, that time my plus sign worked. LGA looking for scrambles. He's got a 2-level advantage, gonna get the stuns down, and he's got the W, really waiting on that one. There's finally the shield coming through, but now with the jungler in the back pocket, it's just gonna be the solo kill for LGA in the bottom lane, and Lit Club can maybe look to continue pressuring. Wander gonna get hit by the blast. Poor oh no. You can see the nerves a little bit on the Orianna this game, but this game's been a lot better than the last two. Meanwhile, ADHD getting spotted in the jungle, the shutdown going to Dream Unforgiven. They're trying to turn it onto LGA, but the heals from the cat are pretty strong. Matsuro and Gid just are finally able to beat on him, and they'll take down the cat as well. But in comes Seesoft to finally get his first cash out of the game. Poor Flambe trying to chase down, doesn't quite have it, but he's got the move speed, he's got the reset, and he'll get the solo kill in the top lane. Scrambles teleporting into mid. We're continuing a chase potentially onto Seesoft. Flash pillar from Matsuro into the chomp, into the pullback, into the fear. That's a CC combo. That's an ace for Pain and Panic.
The one shining light, I guess, in this instance for Lit Club is that finally Seesoft gets to cash Adoration once this game, but they're really kind of starting to like lose what trades they were able to make around the map with the strong members that they had. Losing
Ooh.
LGA in the South Jungle is horrible there.
Ooh.
What a what a oh, it's not gonna matter, is it?
Yeah,
That's disappointing.
he had the sidestep on the E, but just nothing happening there for
No
poor
mana
Flambe.
Oriana experience. And then we've seen this quite often is this 4-man control warded up bush stack, which, I mean, if it works for you, why stop doing it, right?
Yeah, they
Nope,
might get the 2-for-1 special here, but looks
they
like they
figured
didn't.
it out.
Yeah, they didn't pull the trigger very quick on that particular push in, and now Wanderer able to get some shrooms in. Gid trying to ward off the Yuumi and Hecarim, even going in with the chomp. But now Wanderer and Seesoft pushing their way in. Matsuro has to use the ultimate onto Wanderer. They're trying to finish off the Teemo. The blind finally wears off, and Dream does eventually get that kill. Seesoft getting suplexed into the back line, and now the bullet time opening up. It just rips through. The Yumi can't even dash out to LGA. LGA very strong, still dashing through, gets one, reset, gets two, almost gets the third, gets still alive, chunking back through, and they'll finish off Seesoft. It's another ace for Return of the Middle Sticks and a triple kill for Gid Shade Slayer. They'll get the dragon at the end.
I'm really starting to dislike more and more this Triforce on ADHD. He dies way too fast to be of any use in these fights, especially when, the stronger members of Return of the Middle Sticks are outside of, Dream Unforgiven, obviously. 9, 2, and 6 just finished up his Mythic plus Executioners. He's actually Gid on the 4-0 and 10 Warwick. Mythic up Divine Sunderer, and now looking at this Hydra. In this scenario, we're looking at actual Warwick carry threat.
Yeah, Gid has been a significant threat. He got his Warwick, and he's showing why people have been a little bit scared of the Warwick. Not a champion you're normally super worried about in a competitive setting, but Gid always seems to make it work out, which is a sentence that didn't make any sense while I was saying it, so don't mind that. But 19 to 12 in kills and about a 3,500 gold lead for Return of the Middle Sticks. They're on Soul Point, and Dream gonna get collapsed on in the mid lane. ADHD has a lot of damage and will. It's not really a solo kill. They have the Yumi. That doesn't count, right?
It doesn't
Ooh,
count, but I
Infinite
think
Duress doesn't quite land, but with Scrambles and Matsuro here, they'll suplex in the horse and they'll get the 2-for-1 special as the cat jumps out, and Gid will finish that one off as well. So um, they trade Dream. It's a shutdown going to ADHD, but back the other way, they finish off the Hecarim and Yumi combo, and poor Flambe has been really keeping Wanderer at bay. The Teemo has not been able to do anything this game.
no, it's been a really ineffective pick so far. I like you get the trade back there, which is really good for Pain and Panic. They needed that to stave off map pressure. But if you're Dream, there's no reason to be handing over a freebie like that. You just you just have to be enough, just be patient enough to get the rotation over there from Matsuro, and then they probably can't go on
Oh,
you like that.
yeah, Teemo now isolated up on the top side. In comes the Goon Squad for Return of the Middle Sticks. The Pillar going to tank tower aggro for Matsuro. He's got the heal from the Subjugate, and they'll be able to finish him off in due time. Nicely done, nicely dove. And now LGA, oh, a good sidestep by Matsuro. Even not getting hit by the E. They're trying to turn it back around. LGA doesn't have his dash, but finishes him off with the W. Now dashing back through the minions. Poor Flambe has no health. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dream just solo ulting, able to take down Seesoft. Gid looking for the dive. ADHD and LGA both pretty low, but it looks like that'll be it for Return of the Middle Sticks. They're just going to be satisfied with this tower, potentially. Maybe they're
Or
going to
maybe
dive
not.
anyway. Yeah, Scramble's coming in, getting the hits on. Gid looking for the dive. They'll use the Onslaught of Shadows back forward. LGA needs to be the target, and there it is, the suplex coming forward from Scrambles. He's got the smackdown on the Haymaker. They'll finish off the Hecarim as well, and Yumi has nowhere left to run. 3 more kills for Return of the Middle Sticks. We're going to zip back forward as Wanderer's running away from Gid Shadeslayer. He's got him. He smells him. He smells like Badger. Or the devil? He smells like Satan.
Yeah, I'll buy that. That's fair.
Yeah.
This is a gameplay experience that's happening. Matsuro doesn't actually do damage, but towers do.
Yeah.
So
Baron started up for Pain and Panic. They're very well, like game in hand. They need a couple of throws in order to let Lit Club back into it at this point, and Baron will be the start of this for Return of the Middle Sticks as they secure it. They're up almost, well, it's about 9,000 gold total. Really, I think that it's important. Like, poor Flambe doesn't have the highest stat line, but he's been able to keep this Teemo from being useful in any way up in that side lane. So, notwithstanding on the Orianna, look at how everybody else has just been getting involved, getting really fed this game. It's been a team-wide performance from RTM this game.
yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of it comes off the back of Lit Club's inability to make anything happen positive for this Draven. Like, Seesoft is just having the most miserable AD carry experience in this game.
Oh, I accidentally clicked on the blast cone. That was awkward. Um, but yeah, Dragon coming up here in 30 seconds. We're going to fast forward because we can do that. And then hopefully we'll be synced up for this very important dragon fight that's about to happen. It's the Infernal Soul is Gid getting onto LGA, getting a little bit of damage down. I'd like to see ROTM set up their minion waves in a couple of different lanes. They have the Baron buff, and while you have the Baron buff, you don't want to be not in a lane pushing minions. But
Yeah,
they're
like
very far
this
ahead, so
walk.
it doesn't particularly matter.
Yeah, this walk into the jungle I don't like seeing, but they can get away with it completely.
Yeah, not going to get punished this game, but in general would prefer to see them set up minion waves and whatnot. Gid looking for mid prio, just trying to threaten here. A couple of shrooms coming out for Wanderer to try to kill the minion wave, and now the dragon has spawned. So will Lit Club go in for the contest? It feels like Infernal Soul's probably game ending. In comes the Draven ult. That's going to be the sole attempt to steal, it looks like, and not going to be successful. So Infernal Soul on the side of Return to the Middle Sticks, and now they can look for the engage in mid as Matsuro walks on in. He's going to threaten the pillar. Oh, didn't get the shockwave. He backed out just for a second, and it causes the desync. Hecarim going to go in, looking deep, looking for Poro Flambe. Dream now finally able to join the fray, just going to open up and take down the Hecarim, but LGA still very strong. Has the Yuumi on top of him, gets the double stun, trying to kite out to the backside. Wanderer, for some reason, just walks through the fight and dies. And it's just LGA and Swaddlebill left on this side. Seesoft had to evacuate the top side, but 2 more kills for Return to the Middle Sticks off of that Infernal Soul. They have the Baron buff ticking. They're running down mid lane.
Yeah, and this just feels pretty inevitable at this point, right? Like you're so far ahead. You're over 9k up. You've got every buff you could possibly want in the world, and you even just send Matsuro down to cancel the recall. Oh wow, that is
LGA used the
disgusting.
teleport to get back into the base just to make sure the game didn't end. Yumi's by herself. I don't know if Matsuro knows that because he
I
could just go in
there's
and
no way he
kill her.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way he does. But yeah, that is. I mean, that's a really higher level of thinking, honestly. Having Trundle walk down after the one like actual strong point for Lit Club just to secure the interrupt on that recall. We're really playing 5D chess here.
Yeah. Um, Unfortunately, I only brought my Chinese checkers set, so
Really underrated game though, honestly.
true. Um, I don't know what makes it Chinese, but it's fun.
I always just like took for granted that it originated in China. If it didn't, then yeah, I mean, I have no idea what makes it Chinese, actually.
I mean, assumedly, somebody in China was like, "Yo, what if I just put some pegs on this starboard?" We played a game about it.
Alternatively, some dude in China said, what if I put some star on this pegboard?
Yeah.
Game of play about it.
Anyway, welcome to hour 3. Cast. Um, we've made it.
We officially have, in fact.
Well, poor Flambe going for a solo kill onto Wanderer, and he's gonna find about 3/4 of his health. And Gid, the flanking Warwick wasn't something I had on the bingo board, but there it was. The double kill goes to Dream Unforgiven, which also kind of unexpected given how that started. And RTM just pushing in the top side. It's nice sleazy please. That's a really good pillar. Seesoft has nowhere to go. And now LGA and ADHD left to the wolves, and the wolves in this case are a literal wolf and also a bunch of people. Um, and by a bunch of people, I mean there's like one person and a robot and a troll.
I was gonna say, is Trundle people? Like, I could buy Oriana being people, that's fair. Androids have feelings too.
I
Set's an
played a game
actual
about
person.
that actually, so.
Welcome to game 3,
Yep.
the cat.
um, I'm gonna assume the Nexus dies here. I have really no reason to dispute that. I don't know if LGA dies in the process. We can find that out at a later time. But it's 2-1 for Pain and Panic. They're on game point now, and 1 game away from the finals. What team comp are we going to see out of Lit now with their backs against the wall? That's a big question that we're going to find out here in a couple of minutes, so we'll be right back.
My question is whether or not we're gonna see Draven.
was. I don't want to say that. That's too mean. All right. I don't want to blame the guy. He had a rough game. He got countered by his own team stealing his kills. Like,
Yeah, rough is a way of putting the way that game went for Seasoft. At this point, the only real question is like whether or not you have the type of mental that recovers from the 110 Draven game to bring it to game 5 in this series, and that's the question that remains to be answered.
yeah. Well, still no invite for game 4, so we'll be just a little bit. Yeah, Matsuro, the score approved of 25's had a pretty good series, as it turns out.
Why do you have to? Why would you do that to me?
Yeah. Sorry, were you drinking? That's my bad.
Oh, that's reasonable. There's your invite.
Thanks for inviting me. You know, person on the team that I admin. Give it up for hour 3. Hour 3.
Day 23. Give it up for day 23. Let's do that thing that we did for content a little while ago and bring you guys up to date on the other series that is happening. They're also in break right now. Oh, it's evened up 1-1. They might actually outpace us because they started so late. We shall see. They're getting into game 3 now, so who can say really?
Yeah. We need a sec. Have a few in the bathroom. Jeez. Whole squad going to the bathroom together. That's the team synergy you need to build. shit. Lit Esports has decided to pick blue side for game number 3 or game number 4.
The true draft adaptation. It is happening.
Well, now I can waste a little bit of time by flipping all of my graphics back and forth. So that's nice. They still need a few though. That's rough. This Champ Select music is way more hype than previous ones have been. I like this one. This one's called Extra Gear from LEC 2021.
Nice.
I like that Dream posted a cap link and then said the word spec but didn't post another link.
Yep. I'm loving that. I'm here for it, in fact.
Oh, spec is... That's interesting. Huh. So if you look at the URL, the spectator link is just the first part, and then it adds on a second part for the drafts.
Yep.
Interesting. So if you have a draft link, you have a spec link. You just could cut it off. Hey, we're getting an order now. No. For game 5, this is game 4. You feel like this is game 5? I feel like it's game 5 too, but unfortunately it isn't. We have had enough time for 5 games, but you know, it'd be like that sometimes. We're on like LCS pace for this best of 5.
True.
At our 18-minute analyst desk segment in here.
That included exactly 0 analysis, so I feel like I'm probably not doing my job, but I don't get paid for that. Actually, I can't say that anymore. I do get paid for that. Fuck, I'm unemployed. Part of my experience in the past month has been watching people play New World, knowing that if I started playing New World, I would probably get fired from my job due to number of absences from my shifts. So I just live vicariously through people who stream it.
Yeah, it looks pretty fun. The real deal is gonna happen when they release the League MMO in like 4 years. That's gonna be a decision point in my life, and hopefully I pass that.
The other issue that I run into with New World is that I built my PC 4 years ago, and that was in the dead center of the first or second real Bitcoin mining craze. So my 1070 that I put in here cost me $800 when I bought it.
That feels about right.
Yeah. And I can't run New World. Pretty much. I could probably run it if I absolutely ruthlessly murdered every graphics setting that is available for the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say my computer is a hand-me-down from Winged. Shout out Winged, by the way, for selling me this computer. But no. Okay, we have a second draft link. Another contender. Oh, never mind. They realized it.
Ah, I see. Okay, so I don't have to click off onto a different link. Awesome. I get to stick with this one. Huge.
There it is.
Oh, they only recommend a 970. Interesting.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. i7 2600. So it's, I guess,
Oh.
more CPU intensive.
That's a thing. Yeah.
Makes sense. 16 gigs of RAM, i7, or a Ryzen 5 1400. Yeah, definitely a CPU. It's a thread game. Just have more threads, lol.
Well, I guess I'm out. I wasn't really considering being in, but
Oh, sorry, that's recommended. They do list minimum specs, which I appreciate. I think I have. No, I'm a i5 2600. They recommend a 2400 minimum. I can live with that.
jeez.
We're still not drafting, by the way. I don't feel bad about talking about a video game that's not League of Legends right now.
I mean, literally on the game-winning call, I was actually just talking about Nier Automata. So,
Yeah, that's
we're
good
here.
point. Good point. We're sticking with
Oh,
some
we are.
bands that we've seen before. A lot of bands that we've seen before, in fact. All of these characters have been banned in this series a lot.
True.
Is that? Huh? Oh, I guess they just assumed that Lit Club has accepted that it's first pick worthy.
Yeah, so Rodham banning it away from Lit Club to make sure that they don't get their hands on the Trundle flags. And now, what are Lit gonna pick? It's Caitlyn. They went blue side to pick Caitlyn,
Wait, huh?
which they could have
but-
had uncontested on the other side, and MF is still available.
I'm sorry. I'm just frozen in shock. Like you're saying what I'm thinking out loud, but you're saying it in like with a much kinder tone of voice than I would be saying it. Why would you ever do this exact like set of things that just happened? Also, it's just MF Oriana, so nothing needs to change out of Rodham. They smashed with it last game. They don't get the Trundle over the top with it, but like you can substitute a lot of things for Trundle support.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things.
I mean, the Blitzcrank's still up that we've seen already this game. Even the Karma isn't terrible in this situation that we've also seen. Yeah, Caitlyn Yumi and Hecarim. Oh, the
Nope,
Tryndamere.
and Tryndamere.
The band that they had to drop. And that... Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the game that Lit Club won. And they're back on the Tryndamere, so that's fair.
Especially with the Yumi, I feel like this. I feel like this starts making a lot more sense. I'm still not positive that Rodham actually needed to ban the Trundle, but I'm also not positive that Lit Club needed to swap to blue side to get this exact lineup again. Like, obviously, yeah, the Tryndamere would have been banned, but like, you got to be super 5-head to blue side swap into assuming that Rodham is gonna ban away their own Trundle, leaving one of your picks open.
Yeah.
That's some 7D shit right there.
Yeah, Rel is going to be the final lock-in of the first phase for Matsuro. And yeah, Rel MF can punish Caitlyn Yumi, but it's going to be a little difficult to get onto him. But you have the huge wombo combo now potential of the Rel Oriana MF, so trade-offs, you know. Hecarim Jarvan taken away, and so are Set and Urgot, and it'll be the Volley Bear, presumably for Gid, although I'm pretty sure Scrambles plays it as well, so And Lila is a pick.
It is, in fact. In fact, it's one we've seen banned somewhat consistently in this lineup, and the Xin Zhao is a new one that we have not seen yet. But yeah, I actually okay, that they're picking so fast, man. It's
Okay.
game 4 analyst brain keeping up. Hold on.
Yeah, I appreciate that they were ready for some of this, but um, so look at the very traditional front to back 5v5 teamfight comp that our team have put together, complete with the Maldarok Phytamus, who presumably will build enough armor that he doesn't have to care about Tryndamere existing in his lane.
He will at this point probably have to care about Lilia existing in his lane.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I mean, there's the
you
chance they
take what
just
you
do
can
the
get.
swap again. They throw Pora Flambe up against Wanderer again. The Orianna into Lilia matchup doesn't feel super great for Lilia. And then you're just Maldarok Phytamus against Tryndamere the way that you're going to be the entire game.
Yeah, that seems fair. Also, I think it's worth mentioning at this point that this is unlike any jungle matchup we've seen between these two for the whole series, actually. So,
Sorry, I didn't flip the graphic on the
ah,
client. I missed one. There we go. Okay. Now I'll make it pretty. There we go. Okay. So now the sides make a little more sense, hopefully, on the viewing screen. Yeah, I want to run some stupid prediction, like does Tryndamere get 2 bullshit crits at level 2 again? But, you know, it's not a great prediction.
no, it's really not. You would prefer your predictions being a little more open-ended than that, maybe. I'm not sure. Well, I've got like some draft analysis that I don't really feel like burning super hard because I kind of want to talk about them in game, and I also feel like it's at this point probably the last chance I'm gonna get to take a second and go stretch my legs and refill my drink. So probably gonna do that.
Alright. I'll miss you while you're gone. So that's something to consider. He's probably already gone. I didn't even hear that. My big plea. Yeah, so we're getting into game number 4. Our team on match point. Lit Esports Club fighting for their playoff lives. The winner of this advances to the finals and also is in the money for the overall tournament. Only the top 2 get paid out, which is kind of a ridiculous prize structure, but you know, top 2 out of 18 teams gonna get some money. Is it 18? Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. Or is this the 24 in LRS? I don't know. It's too hard to remember things at 9:41 p.m. on a Wednesday. But yeah, a lot of comfort champs, but also notably some new faces to the Rift. Kind of weird. 4 games into the series, you get 5 new champions in the game. So we get the Lilia, Xin Zhao, Malphite, Volibear, and Rel debuts for the series. It's kind of interesting how our drafts have warped the whole time. Hopefully Mansur locks in his champion. I really don't want to redo this. Okay. But yeah, teams settling in for their 4th game of the evening, their 4th high-stakes, high-adrenaline game via the crash is unfortunately inevitable for all of our players, so we'll see if the nerves are starting to get to them, how they're hanging up, or holding up even. Thank you, Artemis, for the follow on the stream. Really appreciate that. We're getting somewhat close to 200 followers, which is pretty ridiculous. If you guys don't, please follow our Twitter as well. It's at MiddlesticksGG. I think that's all the shilling I really wanted to do right now. I need to set up a merch. I need to remember that. I need to remember to relink our YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually curious if I can do it right now. Well, I'm glad I could do that on the stream with you guys waiting. So. Alright, 1 minute left in spectator delay as our teams get ready to return to the Rift. Hopefully you all are enjoying our coverage here. This will be our last Legends cast of the year, as either the boys are eliminated or they'll play in the finals, which will be on the main channel. So, thanks for joining us throughout the season, guys. Really appreciate the support. And, you know, looking forward to seeing what we're up to in the future. But for now, it's about these boys on the Rift, as they've got 15 seconds left in the spectator delay. And potentially the last game of this semifinal, a game that could send Return of the Middlesticks into the LAS pre-made finals, or send us to a game 5. I don't know if Oath made it back. Hopefully he'll make it back soon. All right, away we go for game number 4. We flipped sides, so keep that in mind as you've been watching the first couple of games. Oops, I flipped my things. Here we go. Okay. So on the blue side, wearing the blue health bars, trying to stave off an elimination, are Lit Club Esports. And on the red side, wearing the red health bars, trying to close out the series, are Return of the Middlesticks, Pain and Panic. We haven't seen too many early shenanigans, just the game with the Blitzcrank. Other than that, both teams have been pretty content just to 5-point it out. And yeah, interesting the Dorn's Ring start for Scrambles. He also has Arcane Comet, which means he wants to try and get a little damage down early. Interestingly enough, it looks like it's going to be Lit that is opting for the swap. Ooh, are Radam going to counter swap? Is there actually any info available right now? Gid is walking in. Oh, Gid. You have to be so careful, bud. He's going to walk into Tryndamere at level 1, and there's Lilia as well. Hits the Blooming Blow, and looks like just... Actually, that's a pretty significant chunk of damage on Gid. He's got to be pretty careful, but it'll be the Malphite versus the Lilia as a result of this, and the Orianna versus the Tryndamere, which I think are the lanes that our team wanted to avoid, unfortunately. But yeah, you can even see they're opting to swap already. Poro Flambe is going to be very behind in XP. Actually, they both will be. This is going to be really scary here for a second, especially as Tryndamere hits level 2 up in the top lane. Um, that's a lot of extra stats, but now, yeah, Wanderer hits level 2. Poro Flambe is going to be nowhere near as he's gathered no experience this far. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, this is a bit more normal looking. Matsuro and Dream trying to push for level 2. They're going to hit it off of that minion, and Matsuro looking for the engage. Gets the crash down onto Swaddlebill. Ooh, didn't hit the stun. The Ignite ticking through. It's going to force the heal out of Seesoft. And Matsuro very low. Can he actually get away from this fight, Seesoft? Oh, the flash from Matsuro. There's the heal as well. But in comes the Xin Zhao into the bottom lane. The level 2 gank from the Viscero, or the Sensatial of Demacia? I don't remember. He's going to get flipped back in by Matsuro's remount, but he'll be able to dash forward. It's first blood for the Xin Zhao, and he'll pick up 2. So ADHD with the double kill in the bottom lane, a good roam down, a good timing on that level 2 gank, and Lit Club Esports on the board first here in Game 4.
Yeah, props to the Seneschal of Demacia for noticing that that fight was taking place, and just right place, right time. I don't think Dream and Matsuro were really prepped for that, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, Poro Flambe gonna spot out LGA, who is headed toward that blue side, and yeah, now Gid just going to be on the Scuttle Crab, but with both of these solo laners actually just looking at him, he's going to smite away the Crab, but is he in trouble as ADHD getting some autos down? Poro Flambe walks in, and that's enough of a deterrent for Lit Club to go ahead and back out. But already, Lit have been significantly more active on the map, which you like to see, especially after last game where it felt kind of listless from them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think at this point, like, it's probably invalidates all of the points that I won by casually sliding back into the cast as nonchalantly as I did if I draw attention to the fact that I did that. But I did want to take the opportunity to apologize for how long I was gone. Looks like we got some fun early things happening for Lit Club specifically, so.
Yeah. Um, Unfortunately, you missed. Oh, that's a trait from Scrambles. All right. He's even went back and bought a cloth armor. He has no fear of this Lilia. Is all in on trying to counter the Tryndamere later on. Anyway, had we been together, we were gonna play Pokemon Mineral or Pharmaceutical with some of the names in this game, but luckily we didn't have to resort to that. Maybe we still will. Who knows?
So we ended up in a scenario where both top laners are mid lane, and we're just playing Orianna into Tryndamere top lane now.
Yeah,
I guess.
I'm so at level 1 was an interesting circumstance where uh, Lit Club had already swapped, and our team walked into it, immediately walked out of those lanes, and then now have somehow walked back into the bad lanes. So I'm
I see.
not
So
entirely
Lit
sure.
Club preempted them, thinking that the swap was happening in order to get the lanes that they wanted.
Yeah, and then
Makes a lot of sense actually.
it was immediately swapped, but like Poro and Scrambles both lost a lot of XP as a result of it. And then now they're in the bad lanes anyway, so that's kind of weird. Matsuro is just walking aggressively forward. They have Volley Bear in their back pocket. We're not going to see what happens. Oh, he's running for the river, and Seesoft is going to find the Xin Zhao there, and ADHD is so strong. that I'm choking on my own spit. Matsuro is not going to be able to win this fight. And apparently Seasoft didn't want the kill. Now finally going to take it. There's the double kill for the Caitlyn. And the Xin and Caitlyn are very strong now and very scary.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous bit of territory for snowballing comps, like ones that contain a Zinzao in any capacity, actually. This is where, if you're pain and panic, you really need to slow the game down.
Yeah. Gid is going to walk into the dragon and see that Lit Club are already on it. That heal's already kind of disgusting, but ADHD will take down the first dragon of the game, and this feels 180 degrees away from what we saw toward the end of last game. It's a 5-0 lead. It's a 3,000 gold lead right now for Lit Club, and it's all on the Caitlyn and the Zinzao.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, luckily, you've got some contingency plans if you're Return of the Middle Sticks. Notably, the 3 cloth armor start for scrambles. He's gonna be a little bit more difficult to deal with for the characters on Lit Club that are specifically getting ahead right now. But yeah, everything going their way so far.
Yeah, the scary part if you're a Return to the Middle Sticks fan is that farm, though. Already a 20 CS lead opened up between the Tryndamere and the Orianna, about a 10 between the Lily and the Malphite. I don't know how to exactly equate them, but you can even watch ADHD walk in and take some camps from Gid. He's behind in CS, but that doesn't really matter when you're 3 and 0. Scrambles has the ultimate. I'm going to use it. Hits the two-man unstoppable force. They're trying to slow down ADHD. They have the shutdown available for him if they can track him down. Gid looking to get that rolling thunder through. I don't think they want to dive, and yeah, that's going to be the dogs called off for Return to the Middle Sticks, so only able to get a flash in exchange for the Malphite ultimate.
They invested quite a bit for that, all things considered. It's a little bit concerning that they actually don't
Um,
get anything off of that other than the flash out of Zen.
yeah, Poro probably shouldn't be walking exactly that direction, but Seasoff is just working his way down on this bottom lane turret. The Caitlyn Yumi combo gonna be hard to deal with for Dream, as he even takes an extra headshot, which might make him have to go back. I don't know that he can stand for another wave.
I think he would have to invest heal if he did, because Ace in the Hole and Lost Chapter, Final Chapter, are still available. He's gonna chance it.
Yeah, Prowling Projectile gonna land. Matsuro hanging around now, as yeah, everybody collapsing in top lane. Poro Flambe has nowhere to go, and the teleport coming in from Scrambles to try to preempt the dive is enough for now, but now ADHD might get jumped on as Gid hanging around gets the stun down. They're going to be able to get the shutdown as Gid rips him apart with the Volley Bear, and that's a positive play for RTM. They're on the board now, 5-1, and they get a little bit extra gold onto Gid.
That was really nice positioning there, knowing that the dive is gonna come through. You just have Gid
Oh,
wait in the tri-brush.
I like the look, but Matsuro not quite able to find the crowd control. I also just don't think they straight have the damage unless they have Magnet Storm, which Matsuro's still at least part of a level away from.
Yeah. I mean, you would need to have both sixes for sure, I think. You're definitely right.
Oh, there's the final chapter coming out into the bullet time. Seasoff getting pretty low, but still has the heal back away. Gid in the back pocket trying to get in. Can Seasoff get the last auto? He cannot. Oh, but the Piltover Peacemaker is enough to finish off Dream. Now Gid is here for the cleanup. The shutdown does go to the Volley Bear again. So we're going to have to see Gid put on his carry pants this game as he's got now three big shutdowns, the double kill. He's got all 3 kills for Return to the Middle Sticks as they do strike back in the bottom lane.
I mean, if you're gonna have somebody carry you through the early game, Volibear is probably your best bet. It might be just straight up nicer to have that gold accelerate Dream, but if you can't get it, I mean, it's better. I don't know. This is
Yeah,
the
the
experience. Yeah.
Tryndamere Gaming.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the mid lane, the solo kill for LGA is Pora Flambe learning today about the Tryndamere Gaming experience. Sleepy time for Scrambles up in the top lane. Wanderer proccing that one. He still has the ult if he needs it, but Scramble should be able to walk out of there with the cheese wheel. And so we resume. RTM may be looking for the kill here in mid. Matsuro hanging around, but ADHD also there. The flash forward into the knockups, and is there actually enough damage? There it is, the ultimate from Gid as he's taking home his 4th kill of the game, trying to rip through ADHD now. When's the Q coming back up? Matsuro able to remount, they'll get the toss back, and Dream gets the kill. So finally someone else other than Gid gets a kill on the side of ROTM. They're going to lose more damage on that bottom lane tower, so Seesoft continuing to accelerate, but I think you'll take that if you return to the middle sticks. They're striking back in the right places, and now even an Infernal Dragon potentially on the cards for them.
Yeah, that's the big saving grace outside of the kills that they picked up is that they can convert immediately into this dragon and they don't have to lose their bot lane tower. You do take pretty much every plate off of it, which is a little unfortunate. And Scrambles is also learning what happens when you build exclusively armor into Lilia. Uh, it's starting to get somewhat concerning the amount of damage he takes every time he walks in for a minion.
Yeah, he's really struggling to get some of that farm. Now about 25 behind the Lilia, and I mean, real concern for both solo laners in terms of their uh, their minion gold. Scrambles goes in with the unstoppable force, but that's just not quite enough damage. I think he was hoping to clear the wave and get like an extra tower shot or two onto Wanderer, but not to be. They'll crash Shelly into mid lane as poor Flambe there to receive it. So a couple extra plates going to LGA and ADHD, and gold total, staying relatively even. It swung back a little bit now, but it's 1,500 gold in favor of Lit. Gid, I believe he's spotted out. He gets pinged on at the very least. Gid's still going to look for it as he's wont to do. Not going to be able to find the stun with the Rolling Thunder, and everybody will back out. Well,
I do
never mind.
appreciate
Not
the
everybody's going to back out. Instead, it's going to be the final chapter. On to Gid, trying to root him up. He has a shutdown available now, but in comes the bullet time. It's doing... It didn't do damage, importantly, in the Xin Zhao ult, but it's the trade 1-for-1 as the junglers exchange kills.
that.
Oh,
Oh
Matsuro?
no.
They're still looking for it. They flip him in. The Magnet Storm coming through, but there's just not quite enough damage from Dream, and Seesoft will be able to chase him down. They just don't have the heal debuff, and that's really starting to pay as Seesoft. He's diving, but the cat exists, so he's fine.
Yeah, that feels a little. I don't even want to say desperate. Like it feels just unnecessary for Dream and
Dream,
Matsuro. Oh no, what are you still doing there?
Dream.
Oh.
Oh, I was a little. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yeah. All right.
Uh, I think we might be entering a scenario where the game is going to get more chaotic from here, just based on how tired the players are.
Yeah.
These are some of the things that are happening on both sides seem to be really uncharacteristic mistakes from what we've seen earlier on in the series.
Yeah, LGA and ADHD gonna steal away the red buff. Maybe look for a play up on the top side. Scrambles, again, has all armor. He does have a scrap of magic resist, little no magic mantle sitting in his inventory. What the fuck is Wanderer building though?
Uh, it's a choice.
Is it actually a choice?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, Gid looking for the gank up in the top lane. Hits the stun, then to the unstoppable force. They should be able to finish this off. Gid even turns off the tower just for a little bit of good measure. As poor Flambe is on the board. So everybody, all the carries now with a kill for Return to the Middle Six, as Poro gonna teleport back to the mid wave and clear it out with the Caitlyn Yuumi under siege. Dream is getting the Tryndamere Gaming experience as the Poultry Shout comes out. He's very fast. So is MF though. This is actually lasting longer than it should. The counter teleport from Scrambles is going to make sure that Tryndamere can't actually find him. So um, that was kind of wild. The strut, and even with the Poultry Shout on, was still faster than Tryndamere with Ghost. So that's neat.
yeah, it's really something. Um, I think I think right now the most concerning thing if you're a Return of the Metal Sticks fan, is the fact that we're seeing Csoft back on the Caitlyn, this time with Gale Force, reminiscent of Game 1, with 5 kills. So it's definitely like priority number 1 in team fights to lock that down, because yeah, outside of that, we're really not looking at that threatening of a lineup uh, for the side of Lit Club just yet. I mean, we don't have Mythic on LGA finished up, so
Yeah, unfortunately, a Cloud Soul is the option for game number 3, as our first Cloud Dragon's coming up here in 40 seconds. We'll see if our teams want to scrap for it. Looks like Lit Club is going to be the first one set up as they're sweeping their way through some of these wards. And will ROTM even opt for a contest? Poroflambe's up on the top side with no teleport, so he's going to start walking down now if they're going to. ADHD is in a position right now, and he's going to find Matsuro just holding some vision, force him to use that crash down defensively. But now the Zinzao ultimate down, so maybe important as in comes ROTM. Scrambles is on the flank. That's a little shockwave pulling him in. The bullet time is just separating the fight. Scramble's still over the wall, still has his ultimate available. Looks for Csoft, hits the damage through. Now Gid jumping into the backline. They're trying to tear through the Zinzao first, it looks like, as Gid still looking for a little bit more. He's still on. I don't know why he's pursuing the Zinzao so hard, but he's going to fall. Scrambles is just setting a defensive line on the other side as Wanderer had used his ultimate just to kind of stall up the engage from ROTM. LGA still has his ultimate available, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. As Scrambles unfortunately steps on a trap. Little honey fruit to heal up ROTM, as we still might see the re-engage of the fight. It was just a 1-for-0 with Gid falling. He's about to respawn, but ROTM for some reason has control of the pit as LGA is pushing in with the Yumi on him. He's gonna get topped off before too long as Poroflambe walks up. That's not a huge amount of damage just yet, and ROTM still posturing, still potentially looking for this dragon. Csoft takes a little bit of damage. I wish Poroflambe had some damage. He's hitting the abilities, but just doesn't have the stats to back it up just yet. And ROTM still continuing to stick around the pit. Now recalls hit for Lit Esports. It looks like they're just going to give this one up.
talk about much ado about nothing. That dragon dance happened for a good minute and a half before Lit Club just decided to bail. They've invested too many resources. It's actually interesting because their ults were the ones that came up first. Notably, the Undying Rage never got used, and we're looking at a level 11 Tryndamere. I feel like they could have fought that if they wanted to, but they decide the Cloud's not worth it, and that's reasonable. I mean, Cloud Dragon, in terms of immediate resources, does not give you that much.
Yeah, I just zipped through with a plus sign, so we're
I'll do the same.
we're pretty far ahead. That's a Frozen Heart first item for Lilia, apparently. Huh.
Yeah, when I said it was a choice, I didn't mean like it was like a recognized build path. I was more implying that like it's a thing that he decided to do. I do not claim to know why. You're not
He's
really looking at a lineup of characters that feel like Frozen Heart's super effective into
well,
at all.
you preempted my questions, so we'll
Oh,
leave that.
sorry.
Poro has Lasagna's Hourglass as his first item, so opting away from the Mythic. Gid is dead.
Yeah, dead. Very dead. Like, had the ult, could have not been dead and was dead.
Yeah, Poro is also dead.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Oh, maybe the Shockwave's enough. Maybe the Shockwaves plus the Zanya's is enough. It is!
Oh, oh
He
wow,
actually
he
gets that
dies.
kill. Alright, well,
Hey, Zanya's first item, it's the Tryndamere tech.
yeah,
Quote it.
apparently. I
But,
would have thought that you would want the Malphite with all the armor to be in a side lane against Tryndamere, but we're learning differently. We're learning the Zanya's tech. There's a
sorry,
lot of...
that quote thing was premature. I meant to say pin quote and screenshot it.
Alright.
I think there's maybe one person in this chat, if they're actually in this chat, who would have gotten that reference. Getting too.
this game just continues despite my best wishes. I tried to go forward and it didn't go forward very much, so that's disappointing. Yeah, that is a frozen heart. Is it actually like
Truly.
a heart in there that is frozen? Like, is that the
Yeah,
one?
no, the updated graphics, I think that is what it's supposed to be at least.
Why does that give you mana exactly? Hmm.
Not sure. I mean, it's a flat like 20% slow to nearby attack speed, but whose attack speed are you slowing? Gid's, I guess. You really shouldn't ever be in a scenario where you're close enough to Dream for that to apply.
Yeah, I mean,
And also Dream isn't looking to auto attack you that much.
so it's the big counter to the Malphite, right? The Malphite slows your attack speed, but now you slow his. So you're actually at the same relative attack speed.
You're operating on at least 4 parallel universes ahead of me at this point.
Um, yeah. Our team are down about 5,000, 5,500 gold. So that's still worrying, but it's not significantly bigger than it was earlier on, so I guess that's something. Gid looking for anything that he can find in the mid lane. He's going to find a Caitlyn or a Shockwave and the Magnet Storm, and that's a shutdown for poor Flambe. ADHD now going to be the target as he'll get crashed down. Crashed down? Crashed down. The sleep from Wanderer kind of really stalls everything out, and ADHD might still look for the re-engage. Wanderer and LGA both here. W gonna land. It's a 4v5 if Lit want to opt into it, but it doesn't look like they're going to. And instead, everybody is not going to back off because Scrambles is just walking aggressively toward the enemy team. Now Wanderer still looking for a little bit more. Bowling ball over the wall, not able to get that strike onto Matsuro. And there's 35 seconds to go before this dragon, so if anybody were going to back, this would be the time. Dream takes a little bit of damage. It'd be more damage if he had an actual item that did damage, but still a little bit of damage. I'm just...
I think they're finally gonna reset. I
Yeah.
think they're reset. No, Dream's not resetting. Dream, please reset.
Yeah, so this dragon should go to Lit Club.
Yeah.
And I don't think that our team should contest this even. But we might anyway. So we're going in, stun gonna land onto Swaddlebill. And Yumi trying to get back away, just not quite enough damage there from Gid to finish that one off. Scrambles, gets hit by the bowling ball as well. Shockwave is just used for some reason, so that's a cooldown that we don't have, as ADHD starting to layer through some auto attacks, get some damage down onto Gid, but the rest of the squad is still here. Matsuro and Gid looking for anything they can. Here comes the AoE, but it only hits one, and there's just no return damage as Gid trying to track everyone down. It's Poro Flambe versus the world, and I don't think he can fight his way out of this one. Lit Club are going to find the ace on the double kill for LGA. They'll get the dragon at the end of this one. They could look for a bear. I don't know exactly what they're doing right now.
I think it's possible for them to look for a Baron here, but it doesn't seem very likely since they did commit Wanderer to finishing off this Cloud Dry. Very slowly, by the way. Like, his only item is Frozen Heart. Does he even get this? Everyone else is on Baron. This feels like they might be biting off a little more than they could chew. But I mean, in terms of lessons in biting off more than you can chew, good lord, was that what just happened to Hat and
Oh.
Poe? Oh. Oh.
ADHD's there, so I think that they're going to secure it anyway. Maybe. No?
Nope.
Alright. Can Dream track down Wanderer? He's got the U moves for the move speed. Hits the slow, but now he's going to be asleep, so he's not going to be able to track that one down. So, just the Cloud Dragon going to Lit Club. Might have been more
That's
useful to push down some waves instead, but, you know.
it might have been more useful to just put Wanderer on Baron and then you actually get it. I mean, it's not like he does that much damage, but he has he could have at least tanked up more for. We're gonna move on. I don't
Yeah,
have anything else to say about that.
our team's going to take the mid tower, so they're still hanging around in this game. 6,500 gold, but that last team fight was pretty convincing on the side of... I actually don't like this. My... I need to figure out how to disable this first time chatter thing. I don't like that. You know, maybe people are just too nervous to actually, type in chat. They don't want to be found out. They don't want to be made special. I don't know.
It's possible, I
Twitch just
suppose.
innovating in ways that no one asked for.
Right.
Maybe people asked for it. I didn't, but maybe people did. That's like when Discord servers have the hello, this person's here. I hate that. That
No, I
immediately turn
love
off.
that. It makes it very easy to suss out either spam accounts or people smurfing in tournaments.
Yeah, that's fair, but
That's the only use
I
I've
just
ever
don't like
gotten
when
out of it,
it's
though.
yeah, I just don't like when it's in the public chat. Interrupt everyone. And now it prompts you to wave at them, which is also kind of weird. I don't really understand that. Shockwave onto the Yumi. That was a choice. I guess sometimes you just panic ult, and that was a choice. But yeah, poor Flambe gonna find a cat and be able to take it down. So little pick for ROTM scrambles. I, I don't know why. So you have the option to try to find different lane assignments, and they just don't. But they're going to pull in ADHD looking for the pick onto the Xin Zhao, and instead it's a very successful disengage from Lit Club.
The disengage is gonna signal Baron, but LGA is hanging around with Ghost and Undying. I really don't feel like you can do this
Yeah, even the
reasonably.
teleport in from Wanderer, Scrambles has to walk in. He does not have teleport, and this is not great for ROTM. Already Dream is down. Matsuro and Git are going to be next. Poro Flambe uses the stopwatch, but it just doesn't matter. It's just going to set up an instant kill. Double kill for the Caitlyn, and now they're trying to track down even more. The bowling ball going to land onto Scrambles. He's just not quite able to get out. Hits the cheese wheel, but it's just not there as he gets shut down by Wanderer, and now the Baron will flip back over to Lit Club.
Yeah, that feels like such an overstep from Return to the Middle Sticks. Like, if you had gotten a kill outside, other than Yumi, or you had gone immediately to the Baron after the Yumi kill.
Oh,
Oh?
Gid's still going to look for this. He's walking in, 5,000 health still on. Well, he gets the kill on Tryndamere. That's a shutdown. That's not insignificant, but doesn't do anything to delay the Baron as that's still going on. Matsuro now. Is he going for the Desperation Steal on the Rel? There's 700 health, and now he goes in. It's a little too late as Poro Flambe collapsing from the top. Dream is here as well. The Shockwave pulls back. The bullet time doing quite a bit of damage, but it just doesn't matter as the rest of the squad is here for Lit Club. There's even a panic teleport here from Scrambles on the flank. I don't know exactly what he's going to be able to do with that, but yeah, the game kind of rapidly falling apart here for Pain and Panic.
Yeah, it's speedily devolving here for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks, and it's a little bit daunting to consider that these are the types of decisions that we're looking at in Game 4. What is a potential and at this point fairly likely Game 5 going to look like with a 10,000 gold lead for Lit Club? 11 actually. I miss saw the second number.
Well, let's see what happens on this Cloud Dragon that's going to spawn here in 8 seconds. RTM, never one to shy away from a fight, are looking to track down LGA. And sometimes you do see hero and kill hero. Stun, not quite gonna, it does time out unfortunately, and LGA just gonna turn back a bunch of damage. ADHD is separated. Can they pull the trigger on this fight? It just, no one has grouped up quite correctly for ROTM to get in here. Now Scrambles hits a big ultimate into the crash down. They've got a lot of CC, but there's just no damage as Dream is zoned off of the back of the fight. Now maybe able to look for something over the wall. Matsuro is going to fall though, and that Xin Zhao ultimate lasts forever. Poro falls on the other side of the fight, and Dream now forced to evacuate with no front line in front of him. Wanderer very slowly chasing him down with his tank Lilia build, and Gid not long for this world. It's the ace for Lit Club, and they should be able to push in mid and potentially end this game. Matsuro 15 seconds. They have the Baron buff. I
I
think if
really
they had
don't see a
committed,
way that the game doesn't end here, actually. Like, you've still got, you weren't even forced to use Undying Rage on the Tryndamere. They are looking like they're backing off, maybe to bot lane. That's probably the safer play. But, yeah, no, I mean, Dream not being able to get in that bullet time on the bunched up CC chain, it was a long, uh, uh, level of lockdown. Almost a full 5-6 seconds between the Malphite ultimate and the Magnet Storm combo from Rel, but no bullet time means no deaths. So we are looking at a game state where Lit Club is even further ahead than they were just a few seconds ago. Just kind of hard to imagine.
yeah, that's a 16,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Substantial. I don't have much more to say. Is there a speed
Mm-mm.
boost to get me through this game? Doesn't really look like it. All right. Oh no, there's some. Here we go. We zoom in.
You know, we moved there for a second. I hit the number 8 before it ended. So,
Oh, Lit Club grouped up in top lane. It's the only inhibitor that's still left alive, and RTM playing base defense simulator. They are woefully behind in this game. No one even really in a comparative state to their lane opponent. Maybe Gid is the closest, only about a half item behind, but um, you know when that's your saving grace, there's not much.
yeah, Gid definitely the closest. The big disparity by far is in this bot lane
Yeah,
between Seasoft and Dream.
yeah. Even
Dream on the poverty version of the lethality build, which is already cheaper.
even Swaddlebill has the finished Luden's Echo plus 2 items. He's gonna throw in some damage on this Yumi, which is an unfortunate thing that exists. But RTM still continuing to try to weather the storm. Poro Flambe gonna take pretty much his entire health bar and damage. Dream even taking the ace in the hole for him. Looking for the engage though, it's Matsuro Gid trying to swing around, but Wanderer just diving on through. No one can stop the Lilia, who's actually just rampaging over this fight. Matsuro hits the stun, but that's gonna be the end of the game. Gid and Scrambles valiantly trying to defend their base, but all for naught as LGA hits the button, the outplay buttons right in a row. And there it is. Game number 4 in the books. We're headed to game 5. It's Silver Scrapes time, boys.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Rodham can find an answer to this pretty wild left turn draft adaptation from Lit Club. I mean, some of these champions we've seen before, but not in this order, and definitely not this far ahead.
All right. Well, we'll be back in a couple minutes. So, game 5 time.
For those of you who are, if there are any, attempting to follow both series at the same time, we are looking at NSGI and Chimera's a couple minutes into their fourth game. NSGI on match point. Chimera's trying to find an equalizer to take them into a similar Game 5 experience.
Actually, I have no idea if you're audible. I just kind of cranked Silver Scrapes.
That's entirely fair.
Alright. Lit has readied up. It's half of the equation. I feel like I'm ready to die. That's the other part.
Nah, it's not like that. Doing all right. I'm gonna try and bring some energy back in for the game 5 of the cast, culmination of the series that we've committed so much resources into in the past. I'm not gonna think about how many hours it's been. That's painful.
Give it up for hour 4. Hour 4.
It is in fact hour 4. We are 3 minutes away from the culmination of hour 4. And we're drafting.
Let's go.
Notably, we are back to the Rotom blue side superiority experience. So, no Tryndamere trades for Trundle this time around.
Yeah. If there's a 20-minute pause, I might actually just fall asleep. So, warning. But yeah, interesting is that Trundle ban. So I'm curious what is going to be left open for ROTM to pick. Could be the Misfortune. Could be the Thresh.
I'd be really shocked if Lit Club were actually willing to give Game 5 Metsuro Thresh. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen.
Well, MF
but I
is
mean,
available.
we did see.
Caitlyn's available if they want to consider that.
I feel like you might be too deep into the series to really feel like it's fair to, or it's a good idea to give Dream Game 5 Caitlyn just as takeaway material. But on that subject, I don't know if you can. It feels like Lit Club have kind of solved the MF problem.
Yeah.
So you might have to throw something new at him this time. No,
right.
We're not doing it.
Well, we'll see what Lit wants to respond with. If we're feeling normal, this will be Caitlyn, and then
Yumi.
Yumi feels pretty natural. Could be an Ivern, although we haven't seen the Ivern priority since then. It hasn't been banned.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in quite a while. It is just going to be the Caitlyn Yumi, and honestly, I'm not sure how much I like this look from Rotom. I'd like to see two like differing picks here, something that answers Caitlyn Yumi. Like, I don't know exactly what it is that I'm looking for. Game 5 brain does not have any suggestions for them. I just I feel like you're playing into a salty run back of a really bad looking game 4, all things considered.
I would feel Leona or Karma personally, but the Malzahar is open for Poroflambe, which is something that has been banned pretty much every game. So that'll be locked in, and now our TM has another pick to play with. The Blitzcrank makes sense. All right, I'm feeling this.
I don't dislike this at all. I feel like Yeah, when your back's against the wall in game 5, you play to what works and what you've found success on already. It's really difficult to argue with Matsuro's performance on Blitzcrank, the game that he played it. So,
Yeah. So Lit Club, Zinzao makes a lot of sense. That seemed
hmm
very effective for ADHD. He had a lot of early impact, and it feels like we're getting the best blow from both sides here in game number 5, as we'll rip through a couple of bands. Set, Lilia. Um, what else are we really concerned about here? The Malphite is also gone, so
I would expect to see an Aurelia ban here, to be honest with you.
Irelia makes sense.
I also wouldn't be surprised to see another top lane ban. I'm trying to think what else they've been banning. Kennen made an appearance as a ban. Doesn't really fit into this team comp, I feel. It is just going to be the Aurelia locked, I think. Yep, there it is.
So now a solo laner for Lit. What do they have left in the bag? The Teemo's available, notably. I don't think
The
we go that
Teemo
on
is up,
R4.
for sure. I'd be a little surprised to see it, but it is up. Um, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see something new out of LGA here. He doesn't have that many of his picks that he's played this series left up for him.
Yeah, it does seem like he's knocked a little bit down the tier list here. They're taking a lot of time. It'll be the Victor.
Yeah, the only other remaining LGA champion that we've seen this series is Kassadin, and that's not super blindable, right?
It wouldn't be blindable. It's into Malzahar.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Okay.
Game 5
casting
we're doing
working,
it. Yeah,
working well, going well. But I don't dislike Victor into Malzahar at all. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
You can also do the fun thing where you drop Gravity Field if you feel like you're about to be ulted, and then he gets stunned and you get to walk out of the ult after being suppressed. It's a fun experience.
Yeah. Warwick and Urgot locked in for Scrambles and Gid. It's Ultra Comfort for Game 5, and that's what you want to see. Now for Lit, something to answer the Urgot. What did they play against Urgot last time? It was Corki. I don't want that. Ornn. That's a traditional team fighting comp from Lit. That's something we haven't seen in 4 games.
Yeah.
That's actually very strange to see. Like, this is the most boring looking draft that we've seen from Lit so far. And by that virtue, it's very strange to look at right now on my screen.
Yeah, and honestly, I really don't dislike it. Going traditional in Game 5 is never really a bad thing, but it is going to be something that they haven't been, they haven't spent the last 4.5 hours playing this, so I don't know if we can call it uncomfortable necessarily. A lot of these characters are the same, but not for the solo laners specifically.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different look from both sides as we go in. It feels like ROTM has defaulted to comfort picks, and it's a draft that's very similar to the one that won them game number 3 in terms of execution. It's a lot of single target CC. You've got Gid to lead in. You've got the hooks from Matsuro. It feels very natural that this would be a draft for ROTM. For Lit, though, like we've said, it's a little out of left field, but it's a very traditional front-to-back comp. It's going to be hard to get on top of the Victor and Caitlyn because of the gravity field, because of the Ornn knockup, because of the Yuumi ult, but it'll be a little bit more of a defensive style from the Yuumi, rather than the full-on aggression that we've been seeing with being paired with the Hecarim and with the Zinzao in the last game.
Yeah, and also, interestingly enough, Urgot pretty decent into Ornn, actually. Victor similarly decent into Malzahar, so we don't have like abject lane priority for Return of the Middle Sticks here on top side, but it isn't going to look very bad. And I also like Warwick as an option fighting into Zinzao a lot better than it feels like the Volibear does in an isolated combat. No disrespect to Gid's performance on Volibear last game, it actually went quite well for him, but Warwick seems like more comfort, more fighting options. Like, do you ever really just 1v1 Warwick?
No, not traditionally. That's why some people play him top lane, because the champ's actually just kind of nutty in the 1v1.
Yeah, like the amount of attack speed and healing you get once you get the opponent to about the same level of low that you are is pretty stupid.
Well, everything on the line, game 5 as we go through the draft a second time. Thanks for joining us. If you do not follow the stream, please hit the follow button, as that does help support us. Again, I'm going to just flash the bracket really quick. Winner of this game is going to take on the winner of the NSG Infinity versus its Chimeras on the stream. They changed their name back for some reason, but yeah, next Wednesday that'll be on the main Legend stream. So, regardless, this is the last game of the split for Legends that we'll have on this stream. We still have UAL though, so UAL playoffs start next Tuesday. But so I'll get to continue to scream at my computer, which is nice. It's a good hobby for me to have. Yeah. These guys really taking their time to do this whole picking their characters again thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But maybe
I've
it's
noticed
good.
that.
You know, make sure that you get the correct runes, hopefully correct summoner spells. Don't want something like that to mar the game 5. Do you think we'll see any shenanigans early from the Blitzcrank team like we saw in game 3?
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Like you've drafted what you've drafted for a reason, and one of the things that Blitzcrank just gets to do, especially into the comp that Lit have, is walk in level 1 and look for coin flip hook. So
Yeah, they're really taking every second available of their time. Okay. Swaddle Bill's on our side. He's locking that in with 20 seconds left. So
I have never watched, played with, or heard of a game in which Matsuro, square root of 25, has not locked sub 1 seconds left in champ select. So, thank you Hulk for my Nightmare Fuel Rodham Fighting hashtag. We appreciate that. And we get to wait out the rest of the spectator delay.
yeah. 3.5 minutes. Do you want to do a prediction for game 5? Why not? We've probably got
sure.
people here.
Who wins game 5?
Yeah, who wins game 5?
Boom, there's your prediction. Fixed your comp.
Easy. Alright. Straight up, who's gonna win game 5? Give it to me straight. Or gay. We're not really, you know. I guess queer is the opposite of straight, technically. Anyway. Don't really care how. Just give me a prediction in the chat. Give me all your channel points.
Am I kind and I give like points into the pool so that people who bet on Rodham win something, or is that like betrayal, right?
Oh, well, somebody's betting on Lit, so you won't be alone. Unless you're 410 now. Just an awkward number. Why not just go for it, right?
Yeah, I've never been 410. It's not like that for me.
Alright. Alright, Hulk's going for the Jinx. I appreciate that. Boy, we've really cast 4 games in 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yep.
That's a thing that's happened.
It is, in fact.
We're on LCS pace, so we might actually be slightly behind LCS pace. They don't usually even take the full 5 hours for 5.
No, not usually. Unless we get like one game that just goes deep late for no reason.
Yeah, we haven't even had any pauses. Like that's been it's just been the gaps in between games. I'll have to have some strong words with Firelight or something. Maybe he's the one that's causing this.
Who can say, really?
minute to go. Get your predictions in. Again, this is it. This is for all the marbles. The winner advances to the LAS pre-made finals. They will get a cut of the prize pool if they win. If you lose, you get nothing. Good day, sir. I didn't quite have the energy for the whole Gene Wilder. How that came across, though.
I got there. Yeah,
Okay.
I was. Yep.
I didn't know if that was too old of a reference for you. I'm glad.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay.
No, sir.
I I
Shout out to
usually
relatives who play invalid in bed for 20 years and then suddenly have enough energy for a full excursion when somebody wins something that's free and gets a +1.
yeah, big shout out, honestly. Um, I'm glad I can throw out a lot of references and like decent percentage of the time we're on the same wavelength. I appreciate that.
It works out quite well, considering how much time we spend in downtime on cast.
All right, game 5. Loading in. Can see the skin choices for both sides. Interestingly, Gid's going for the Firefang Warwick. I'm used to seeing him on the Earthwick, so that's a head scratcher for me.
I would have assumed that it was because of like a particular fashion statement of being all the same color, but no, there's actually quite a myriad of colors across the Return of the Middlesticks comp, so. And also they look like they're 5-pointing, which I mean respectable for game 5, but flex the Blitzcrank, man.
Yeah, I mean Metsuro might still like they can still group up and look for something late. I am kind of curious what they're going to do. It's already a recall for ADHD in mid lane. Maybe he's just watching his back animation. No, he's actually going back. So he put down his ward and gonna go pick up that Oracle's Lens. So not quite the timing you're used to seeing on the jungler doing that, but I guess kind of preempting the Blitzcrank invade. Yeah, look at where Seasoft and Swaddlebill are right now. They're not having any of that invade from Blitzcrank, so it'd have to come through that top side if they're going to get anything, and there's no real interest from our TM as we're looking at it. So,
No, not really,
well,
but
never mind.
this is pretty late for them to be walking. Ged must be starting topside, right? You have
Yeah,
to assume.
get his starting top side 100%. He even gets the ward over the wall. I did. Did they actually see Warwick? Are they worried about Blitzcrank potentially being there? Like how overcommitted do you have to be for Lit Club right now? They're gonna sweep out the
I
ward. All right.
I'm really not sure, honestly. But this could be the
Well, they're
no,
going to see
they're
the
not going
Blitzcrank in
for
the bottom
anything.
lane, so now they don't
Yep.
have to be worried about that particular thing happening to them. So that's nice. But full knowledge for ROTM that Zinzao starting on the top side, which means that Matsuro and Dream can play pretty aggressive down here in the bottom lane. No risk of that level 2 gank in the bottom lane, at least uh, this time.
Yeah, not this time around, but Matsuro, you know, he takes a good 200 health there. Really feel like they could have gotten something out of that level 1 outside of the information, but I mean the information is pretty nice. It does allow them to do what Matsuro and Dream always prefer doing, it seems, at level 1, which is getting level 2 advantage and forcing.
Yeah, level
That's a
2 hit by
lot of damage on a
scrambles.
Wanderer.
Yeah, just rotating through some of those shotgun knees, getting a lot of damage down onto the Orin. And you know, we're already feeling more comfortable than last game. There hasn't been a double kill on the bottom side, so you know, it's a better start to game 5 than it was for game 4. Is Matsuro and Dream gonna walk in? They have that word in the. I still want to call it the new banana bush. It, it's been there for 2 years now, hasn't it? Or was that the beginning of this year? Was Rise of the Elements really this last preseason? Jesus. Anyway, the hook gonna land on Seasoft at level 2. Dream getting a little bit of damage down, but he's got the net back away. No even summoner spells burned, but in comes ADHD. Gid is sitting in their back pocket though, so it could turn into the full 3v3. Matsuro's hook will be back up soon, so they could potentially look for the Zinzao here in the river as the Scuttle Crab spawn. Already a little action here from the junglers. Matsuro flashing in, getting the hook onto Seasoft. The hook is the flash is canceled, and Seasoft gonna fall. It's first blood going to Matsuro 5.
That was so nice. Matsuro's playing this Blitzcrank so well tonight. He flashes and then he literally just he takes a microsecond to just stand there and watch Seesaw flash so that he hits it point blank. And then of course the commit from Gid getting the flash fear as well.
Oh, and even the further invade, nice little sidestep there by ADHD. Gid still hanging around. The blue buff low. This could be a point of contention for both teams as LGA and Poroflambe head in. We're watching the top lane though because Wonder and Scrambles are also fighting, and it looks like ADHD will be able to secure his own blue buff at the end of the day. So um, good early pressure still from ROTM. They've staked themselves out to about a 700 gold lead just off of the back of some of this early aggression, but they look like a completely different team than they were in last game.
Yeah, they look way more in control, and as long as they keep that up, we're in for a really good mid game. 'Cause, I mean, it's difficult to discount that we are looking at Yumi on top of Xin Zhao for the mid game, as well as a Victor who is on pace for his fifth consecutive game with a CS advantage in mid.
Yeah, I maybe game three didn't on the Kassadin, but I'm not 100% sure about that one.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, I know
That one
based
was
on where he was
close
at that.
regardless. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I feel like in that game, I I could tell by the items that he probably wasn't at too much of a deficit, but yeah, it wasn't a straight up lead.
Well, return into lane here. The dragon has spawned, but ROTM already looking for this third scuttle crab as it spawns. Gid gonna be able to get himself that, and as we know, wolves really like eating crab. Actually, it's a delicacy. I'm pretty sure that was in a nature documentary. I'm not 100% sure. Wander has the Searing Charge back out, has the Unstoppable from the Bellows Breath. He still has Flash available, so this gank kind of doomed to fail at this point, but they get the little trade down onto Wander and try to reset this minion wave. Now Gid may be in a little bit of trouble as HD walks in, but able to dodge out of the W, gets the Jaws of Darkness away, and the flip in from Scrambles flips in ADHD and the teleport in from Poro Flambe. He's got the ultimate available. Is he going to use it on Wanderer? Yeah, just going to go for the pure naked ult. They'll get the Q. He still has Flash available, so they shouldn't be able to kill him. Oh, they do! What is that damage from Gid? That was actually insane. And 2 kills on the top side for ROTM, and Matsura looking for more on the bottom side. Oh, just the sidestep from Seesaw.
I Man, that's a little bit of disrespect, honestly. If you get Mal's ulted with two people to follow up, I don't care if you still have flash. You've gotta burn it, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean, it was a really nicely played fight there from Gid and Scrambles. Gid, just the presence of mind to Q through the wave, gets himself a little bit of distance. He's just so comfortable on this Warwick. He makes it look so good every time he pulls it out, despite it being, you know, pretty much absent from professional play for what, 7, maybe 8 seasons now. I think it made a slight resurgence, maybe one or two patches a couple seasons ago.
yeah, if you wanted a pure jungler 1v1, here it is. Gid diving forward, Poro Flambe hitting the Space 8s, and he'll go ahead and send ADHD to his second death. And now ROTM should be able to open up that dragon for themselves. Scrambles, meanwhile, going to get into it with Wanderer up in the top lane. Still has the ultimate available if he wants to use it, and instead they're going to back out. I'm going to try to skip ahead because I think I'm behind now. And yeah, here we go. We're zipping through. Dragon will go to Return to the Middle Sticks. No contest. And now Matsuro looking in the bottom lane, looking for Seesoft. Net already used. Going to hit the punch into the hook. Dream doing a little bit of damage, but gets exhausted now, laying in with the bullet time. And there's just not quite enough damage to be able to finish off Seesoft through the heal, through the exhaust, through the Yumi heal. Just enough to keep Seesoft alive.
Yeah, and Csoft did not quite have flash, so it was a good look tracking that cooldown or not. It would have been probably still a kill if Gid hit the or hit the level to have the infinite duress and then was able to max range it, but burning a lot of resources for not really any trade in the bot lane, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, just the hook and the bullet time invested. Those will come back up before too long. Meanwhile, Lit Club, not deterred though, still going to go for this Rift Herald up on the top side, and that'll go into ADHD's pocket. So making some sort of positive play on the map. They'll feel pretty good about getting that neutral objective off of the map for now. But it's 4-0, about a 1,500 gold lead for Return of the Middle Sticks here in Game 5 as we're 9 minutes in. And if you're Lit Club, do you feel like you need to start making plays on the map, or are you content just to keep this gold lead where it's at? And it feels like, and would you feel like RTM need to be the one still continuing to be aggressive? That's a really long question. Uh, who, which team do you think needs to make plays sooner? It doesn't matter because Matsuro is going to try and not quite going to be able to find the hook this time on his Seesaw.
I think at this point in time, it's fairly reasonable if you're Lit Club to assume that if you don't let the gold lead extend any further, you're probably going to be okay. You've got ornaments, you've got the better late game scaling mid laner. It doesn't quite matter that your jungler is more early game focused. You get like insurance policies like Yumi and arguably the better late game ADC as well. So you've got scaling on your side no matter what, pretty much. Not That's not to say that necessarily Return of the Middle
Yeah,
Stick need
Matsuro
to
and
be
Gid
worried.
looking for this here in the bottom
Uh,
lane, and already Matsuro's down, but Seesoft in quite a bit of trouble. Gid just rips through and eventually finishes that one off. Scrambles in trouble on the top side, though, as ADHD takes him down. Meanwhile, actually, the Prowling projectile was able to snipe out, but it's a double kill for Warwick, and Poro Flambe roams up to the top side and finishes off ADHD on the dive. So, all things considered, that's a 2 for 2, I think. No, it's a 3 for 2. It's in favor of Lit Club.
it's a 3 for 2.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, just as I say that they don't really need to make that many proactive plays, I mean, the dive in top lane is a proactive play.
Yep, and the flash into the ball. That's really weird animation. LGA is down. Gid takes another kill. He's on a rampage. We saw him have a great game in Game 3, and again, 4-0-2 now in Game 5. I think he was like 9-0-7 in Game 3. So, putting in some work on the Warwick.
Yeah, I remember the highlight score that I noticed at one point in time was Gid on Warwick had just finished Divine plus a component and was 4-0-10. So
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Teleport to the top side from LGA just to try to stop the push from the Malzahar. Matsuro still hanging around level 5. He's really been sacrificing some XP in order to get Dream ahead, and Dream for his part, alone in this lane versus Caitlyn Yumi is actually up a CS, so that's pretty remarkable. Um, but ADHD hanging around the Zinzao looking for a gank on the bottom side. I don't know if ROTM feel it necessarily, but they're playing pretty passive around this minion wave right now.
yeah, I think they can tell that something is up, or maybe they're just feeling the fact that Matsuro is
Oh,
half HP.
yeah. Good sidestep there by Dream, as I mean, it was a blind sidestep. I don't know that he sidestepped so much as the ability missed, but they're going to drop the Rift Herald down on the bottom side. Gid and Scrambles kind of headed this way, but it looks like Shelly's going to at least get one charge into the tower. Yeah, get a little bit of gold into the pocket of ADHD, but that's pretty much the minimum. Again, kind of like we mentioned in Game 1, the minimum that you'd expect.
Yeah, at this point, first Herald is kind of inevitable. It isn't interruptible anymore, and nobody in the game really has the early damage necessary to kill it if it's within range of the tower and not stuck
Yeah.
on a wave.
Matsuro gets caught out by ADHD, and that's going to be a kill for the Zinzao. Meanwhile, Seesoft and Swaddlebill trying to lock down Dream, but he's able to zip out of there, has the strut, and should get out. Now Gid looking to recollapse. They'll get the fear into the teleport now coming in from Poro Flambe. He's got the ult, but just not really wanting to use it yet. The infinite duress over the wall as he's trying to lock up Swaddlebill. Now they'll use the ultimate. They'll take down the cat, and they'll continue to find more members of Lit Club here. It's a 3v3 breaking out over the dragon, but with the dragon assisting them just a little bit. Gid maybe caught. He's stuck on the gravity well, and it's just not quite enough damage here from the members of ROTM. Now kiting away Wanderer, very low. Poro Flambe trying to choke him down, but it's just enough damage from Dream Unforgiven to finish that one off. And now ADHD forced to flee away from Poro Flambe. The dragon gets deleashed and now releashed by ROTM as Dream has to be very careful. He's got less than 100 health. Scrambles, hits the ultimate, now diving forward. Can he get the little bit of damage he needs? And there it is, into the meat grinder. And ROTM gets the team wipe. It's not quite the ace, but it's a team wipe, right? And they'll get the dragon at the end of that one. Unfortunately, a Cloud Soul for Game 5, but ROTM now off of that fight with a 3,000 gold lead. Dream has stuck around not quite too long. He's able to survive.
Yeah, and notably, we're hitting a point in the game where, you know, what I said earlier when you asked is kind of no longer relevant. The gold lead has swelled up to about 3K, 2 dragons ahead, but the item spikes are coming in for Return of the Middle Sticks, and now if you're Lit Club, you are kind of looking to slow the game down. Proactivity is not so much on the menu, which kind of feels bad if you're Xin Zhao, but everybody else should be pretty okay with it, all things considered.
To answer a question in the chat, I don't know if this is directed toward me necessarily, but hey man, no offense, what are you saying? I have no fucking clue. We're at 4.5 hours of casting, so anything goes at this point. Alright, well, Gid swinging his way into bottom lane, gonna find Seesaw and Swaddlebill here, the final chapter used, but that infinite dress just locking up the ADC, and he'll be able to finish that one off. Swaddlebill trying to run to safety, but there's only so far the cat can run. The slowest move speed champion in the game will get out to safety to ADHD. Will Gid be able to track this one down? Matsuro hanging around. I don't know what that blast cone exactly was. Matsuro not quite able to find the hook on the end of that one, and our team now conveniently grouped up mid, and they'll look for the push.
Yeah, that looks about right.
How did that bounce that way?
I've no clue. Not a clue.
That just
We're just
bounced
gonna
at a
skip
right
that
angle.
part.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not...
What I'm gonna do is fast forward while we've got the option,
Oh,
because
true. Oh, that didn't go as far as I thought it would. Alright. Well. Shout out to the Riot client for continually stuttering us to be behind, but not at the same rate.
only an issue if you're trying to live cast a series, which we happen to be. So yeah.
Yeah, imagine trying to cast their esports game live. How weird is that? Wanderer
Couldn't be
forced
us.
to use the ult. He gets hooked out of the recast, but is able still to get it off, but gets suppressed away from his tower, and Gid'll finish off that kill. Now 7-1 on the Warwick. They're going to use Sheila to crack this tower up in the top lane and secure the first tower of the game. Eventually, potentially. Well, Infinite Duress coming out now. The hook back over the wall as they pull in LGA, and there's a cat hanging out in there, so a lot of damage coming through. There's the Space Aids from Poro Flambe to finish that one off. Now the flash forward for the curtains, and Swaddlebill will fall eventually. The Space Aids from Poro Flambe get him a double kill, and now the first tower of the game as well.
And this game just continues to break open for Return of the Middle Sticks. They're up 5K now. They're starting to put together a lot of turret damage, and kind of just see champion, kill champion on repeat. There doesn't seem to be any answer so far for Lit Club. There's no equalizer. They're not getting any of these. Well, I say these shutdowns. There's only 3 of them available, and the max is 600 onto Poro Flambe's Malzahar. So, you know, we're kind of looking for an equalizer that may or may not actually exist at this point. You just need to get more items.
Yeah, get intentionally tanking his shutdown by not farming. That's the big king strat,
Yeah,
right?
no, that's the big brain play.
Well, Dragon up here in 50 seconds, and ROTM, of course, already sweeping through the vision, trying to get their positioning in line for that, set up their minion waves, get all of their ducks in a row. I don't know why you need to row your ducks. Seems like a column might be more effective in this case, but Matsuro and Poroflambe hanging out over the wall. Dream gonna walk in along with Gid, and they've set up a bush bait that no one is gonna take, it looks like. No one is particularly interested for Lit Club.
Yeah, uh, yeah, it's probably a good thing, all things considered, for Lit Club to not attempt any level of face checking here. You can sack at least one more drag, which is gonna be this one before you have to start looking to contest, or maybe you don't. I mean, it is Cloud, but it's Cloud into a comp that has two suppression ultimates, which also should start rearing its head in taxes. We already see ADHD has bought up.
Yeah, oh, Seesoff. That was a really nice little dodge forward, actually, away from the Blitzcrank hook. Matsuro's had his number for the most part, but Seesoff getting the better of him on that particular hook exchange. And Scrambles is just slowly killing himself on this Bramble Vest. This is actually kind of remarkable. But he still has the ultimate available, and there it is! Scrambles with the solo kill.
Yeah, that looks like the Ornn experience into a Urgot who didn't get put behind in sideline is what that looks like.
Well, 18 to 5. RTM's still looking for a way to get through this mid lane and bottom lane turret. That's kind of the big problem that they're facing right now is Dream still continuing to get a little bit of damage down. It's I want to see them start cracking these structures as a completely unbiased owner of the organization that I'm casting. But you know, get going in, getting the suppression, they'll get the hook. Do they actually have the damage to get through the Yuumi heals? It looks like they should, although ADHD playing this pretty well. Now going to get out to safety on the opposite side of the map. There's no one really to track him down. Scrambles does eventually crack that bottom lane tower. ADHD healing up. He's got some fruit, but Gid's still in pursuit now, getting the scent of blood on him. The gravity well on the top side doing enough to at least slow up the advance stream. Still looking for it. Hits the auto forward, but ADHD senses blood. He goes forward, and Matsuro able to finish that one off. And now the suppression coming down into the knockup, into the damage, and Poroflambe is dominating on the Malzahar. Swaddlebill is caught a little bit separated from anybody that he can jump onto, and Gid will rip him to shreds. Wolf versus Cat isn't a very fair fight. Nope.
Not particularly. Even if the cat happens to be magical and floating on a book, the
Oh no!
wolf is on chemical steroids. So, well, while we wait for Lit Club to respawn and come back onto the map, I'm gonna take the opportunity to fast forward up as we watch Return of the Middlesticks auto down this mid lane tower.
Yeah, so third
And
tower
there
of
it
the
goes.
game going their way. They've got a 9,000 gold lead. For as close a series as this been, none of the games have been particularly close. Um, but we'll see. There's still the scaling option available for Lit Club. We've got our Ornn, who has not built a mythic item, and therefore will not... Oh, he does. Never mind. Frozen Fist. I'm used to them highlighting in yellow. I know they put him into the first slot for me, but they're not highlighted in yellow anymore. I don't know if I can see them. Another nice change. Anyway,
Big fan of that.
have you done your ornament homework? Do you know what the ornaments are called that we're gonna see?
Oh wow, I am so out of date. I know some. I
Okay,
like the big ones.
okay. So do you have Gore Drinker?
Haha. Maybe not.
Did it just upgrade that? What the fuck? No, it's got the Orn upgrade icon, but it's not upgraded. Why?
Oh wow, you're right. It doesn't, or it isn't. Why? Yeah, because it hasn't upgraded his yet. Oh no, it has. It's
Yeah,
just.
his is.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's all bugged. Anyway, the Rhyme Forged Grass finished up for Wanderer. I don't remember what Gore Drinker's called. Anyway, you got Eye of Ludin and you got Typhoon are the other two that we're gonna see.
Yeah, I remembered Eye of Ludin and Typhoon. I'm trying to remember what the Gore Drinker one is now.
It's something. It's I I remember I had this discussion with Aikedo on one of our other casts, and he just wanted to call it the Bloodthirster, which is perfectly reasonable and makes a lot of sense. But it's not that.
It's something hunger.
Oh, is it Ceaseless Hunger? Is that what
It's
this one is?
yeah, it's ceaseless hunger. I remember because oh, that's how I was going to remember this. Upgraded, it has the exact same color scheme as my second favorite boss fight in Dark Souls 1, Ceaseless Discharge,
True. Ceaseless
which
Discharge is the homie, for sure.
he do in fact be the homie. He don't even really fight you back
Second
either.
only to the
So.
Demon Fire Sage fight, which is just, a fight that
Oh
we've
yeah.
already done 4 times that game. Anyway,
Huge
um,
fan of Bed of Chaos as well. That's super interactive.
uh, yeah, you can tell how close the game is because we're talking about Dark Souls bosses currently, as we're into a dragon respawn. This is the soul, potentially, for Return of the Middlesticks, and they're looking for a pick to start it out, and Lit Club are not going to walk up and offer it to them. So, just going to have
Reasonable
to
decision.
settle with the Cloud Soul, unfortunately.
Yeah, I kind of expected a little bit more of a banger game 5, but Return of the Middle Six is just putting on a performance.
Yeah. So Cloud Soul finished up now on the Warwick and Malzahar, which is kind of scary. The Warwick, do you get the move speed after the suppression of your ult? I don't understand how that one works. Anyway,
That's a good question. I would assume so, right? Like, I mean, it's on cast, so I guess not really.
so you're really fast while you're just mauling someone there.
Yeah, yeah, you're schmoovin'
It's like
in
the
place.
when you have caffeine while you're already really tired. You're just
Yeah, no, you're
you're
just
just tired
exhausted,
but
but your
faster.
heart rate
Yeah.
is slightly faster. Yeah, you're tired, you're exhausted, but slightly vibraty.
Well, ROTM continuing their pressure scrambles, looking to open up this bottom side of the rift. Whether he knows it or not, he's drawn a bunch of pressure here, which is going to open up this Baron opportunity for Return to the Middlesticks. This is in complete vision for Lit Club. There is a ward in the pit that has not been swept through by Matsuro. Maybe he's counting on that. Maybe he's looking to find this Brait. And Seesoft goes for the Piltover Peacemaker, which is pretty enterprising. And the Baron and the kill go the way of Return to the Middlesticks, and they're really cleaning up. They're really schmoovin', as you said.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary there when I saw LGA throw a laser in over the top, but he doesn't actually have damage, right? Like he also had to pit stop for the Quicksilver, so that didn't burn nearly the way I expected it to. And yeah, this game now no longer any semblance of close. We've seen Soul and Baron go down in the past couple of minutes. 10k gold lead up. 5 kills to the name of Lit Club Esports. And now they're going to try and figure out how, in God's name, they're going to hold on to this base.
I'm reading chat. I think I'm having a stroke. I can't smell toast, though, so maybe not.
I've been trying as well, but I think I can't tell if
Yeah, Wanderer's going for the fight. They're looking for some of these shutdowns. Gid just walks. That's a casual Q for 3/4 of Caitlyn's health. That's completely fair at this point. I mean, he's 9-1. Like, it's hard to not
yeah.
expect that. But ADHD looking for anything. He's going to get pulled back in by Matsuro, and the kills being confirmed by ROTM. Gid just walks onto a trap in full vision of everybody else. The flash ult is cleansed away by LGA. And now the bullet time ripping through. Flash is forced. Gid still looking for a little bit more, diving underneath the tower. Wanderer getting pulled into the meat grinder and taken down. Scrambles on a rampage. Gid even survives the Chaos Storm, and ROTM rolling through the base. It's just LGA and Swaddle Bill left to try to defend. Seesoft up here in 2-1. So the 3-man squad left to try to defend. 11 seconds still before their jungler is up. Nexus turret number 1 down. The hook lands onto Seesoft from Matsuro, and he'll go along with his cat to the grave. And ROTM is going to advance to the LAS pre-made finals, I believe, at the end of this one. There it is. They kill the Nexus. We get the full Nexus explosion. Thank you, Riot, for actually not breaking game number number 5. Congratulations to the boys. Pain and Panic advanced 3-2 in a 4-hour and 43-minute long series. I am tired as fuck. Thank you, Oath, for joining me. Do you have any last words?
No, I do not, but I think you do.
Yeah, we're out here scrambling brains on some Urgot, some MF and Gid Shadeslayer momentum movement on Warwick with a side of Poroflambe on the Goofy Wizard. And do not forget about the Misfortune from Dream Unforgiven and Matsuro King Crank 5 Just FF Kids. I do I have to read it a second? I guess so. Way out here scrambling brains on Urgot, some MF and Gid Shadeslayer, momentum movement on Warwick with a side of Poro Flambe on the Goofy Wizard, and do not forget about the Misfortune from Dream Unforgiven and Matsuro King Crank 5. Just FF, kids. That's all it is.
Yeah, no, I couldn't have ended up the series better than that myself, and I don't think Pain and Panic could have either. We've been Meristematic and Oath, and we're tired as hell. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, again, thank you. We'll be back on Tuesday with UAL. Do it. Okay. Oh God, we out here. We're scrambling brains on Urgot. Some MF. I can't read it this many times. Jesus Christ. Oh
No,
no.
it's over. Cut the VOD.
You want to come over and read one?
I'm-
No.
I'll pass. I don't belong to this channel.
We
I,
scrambling brains on Urgot. Some MF and get Shadeslayer momentum movement on Warwick with a side of Poro Flambe on the Goofy Wizard. Do not forget about the Misfortune from Dream Unforgiven and Matsuro King Crank 3+2 just FF kids. I'm only going to read it one more time. I'm sorry. I'll read it more on the next cast if you guys want me to. Oh my god. Thank you guys. I don't know. Are they still going on Legends? They're not. We're
they're
gonna.
no, they're not. I'm pretty sure everyone else moved over here, which means 100% that NSGI is going to be the fight that Pain and Panic face next week.
Yeah, so NSGI versus Return of the Middle Sticks Pain and Panic on the Legends stream, 6 p.m. on Wednesday, unless they delay it like they have the last 2 weeks. So, congratulations again to the boys. I get to choose an outcome for this, and then we're going to go raid Aikedo because he's the only one that I'm following that is currently streaming. So, go support Aikedo, our master Legends and Runeterra player in chief. And we'll see you guys Tuesday for the UAL playoffs, and then we'll be up there memeing and Twitch chat with you on Wednesday. So congratulations again to Pain and Panic. Thank you, Oath, for putting up with me for 4:45. And
Likewise, my guy.
we'll see you here in about a week.
Oh man, I have not done one of